Hey everyone! I am so excited for today's read because we're diving into Prince of Thorns and Nightmares by Linsey Miller. If you love fairy tale retellings with a twist of romance and fantasy, this one's for you. Huge shout out to Looney Rosie Beep 7284 for requesting this book. Thank you so much for the suggestion. I've been dying to read it, and I'm so glad we get to experience it together. And hey, if you have a book you'd love to hear on the channel, drop it in the comments below. I'm always looking for new stories to fall in love with. Oh, and if you end up loving this as much as I think you will, definitely grab a copy to support Linsey Miller. Authors put their hearts into these worlds, and every purchase helps them keep writing the stories we adore. Alright, let's get lost in this one. Prologue. A rosy dawn spilled across the kingdom of 𝐏𝐸𝐴. The forest encircling the castle on the hill was a tangle of pale greens and golden browns, its path speckled with well-dressed travelers. They marched in neat little lines like ants toward the gate, and knights in freshly painted armor cantered ahead of them on horseback. Gable hoods bobbed in the crowd, gowns dotted with pearls glittered in the sunlight, and banners rippled in the morning breeze. Voices grew louder near the castle, mixing with the music drifting over the drawbridge. Each creaky opening of the throne room's towering doors cut through the comforting sounds as sharply as a blade. Prince Phillip swallowed, shifting in the confines of his heavy silk tunic, and scratched his leg with a foot. The new 𝐏𝐫𝐢𝐧𝐬. His freshly washed face felt red and tight. The gift gripped in his hands was heavier than it had been that morning. Bow, say hello, congratulate them, and give them the gift for Princess Aurora, Philip whispered to himself. What are you muttering about, lad? His father, King Hubert, asked, eyeing Philip over his shoulder. Philip swallowed. Nothing. The two of them were at the front of a long line of visitors before the doors to the great hall of the castle. They had spent the last few moments waiting to be announced to those gathered in the hall, giving Philip plenty of time to worry. Earlier, he'd had the walk to distract him from his thoughts. Can't be talking to yourself when you meet Stefan, said the king. This is the first time Stefan and Leah will have seen you since you were a baby, and you want to impress them, don't you? Of course, said Philip. Philip had to impress King Stefan and Queen Leah. The tales of his father's time as a knight with King Stefan, long days on the road with nothing but a sword and evildoers for company, best friends hunting down magical villains and their minions, and a final battle against the wicked fairy Maleficent before the human kingdoms finally won and trapped her in her mountain prison, were the most interesting things Philip's father ever told him. And the only things he talked about. Good lad. His father leaned down and straightened Philip's new blue tunic and cape. Are you ready to be a proper prince? Philip sniffed, gripped the gift tighter, and nodded. The great doors before them opened, trumpets blared again, and someone announced, Their Royal Highnesses, King Hubert and Prince Philip. Finally, muttered King Hubert as he hustled toward the thrones at the other end of the room. Philip startled at the announcement and scrambled after his father, hoping the king hadn't noticed his near trip. The thrones were nestled in an alcove at the other end of the room, green and blue silk brocade draped behind them like a treetop against a clear sky. The black and gold coat of arms of His Majesty, King Stefan of 𝐏𝐸𝐴, hung from the high rafters. Even sitting, he was as tall and imposing as his castle, all sharp angles and stone. He smiled only when he glanced at a crib beside the thrones. Philip took a deep breath and ignored the fluttery feeling in his stomach. This was the first time he had been before so many people and the king and queen of another kingdom, and he knew his father was watching for any little mistake. He squared his shoulders the same way his father always did before court. Hail to Aurora became hail to our hero if he thought hard enough. He was Prince Philip. He didn't need to be scared. Philip bowed to the two seated monarchs, like he had been told to, but his father didn't. King Hubert held out his arms to his old friend, and King Stephen rose. The two embraced. One day, Philip would be just like his father, loved and happy, invited to important parties and looked up to. The anticipation made him feel equal parts thrilled and anxious. Philip's father beckoned him, and Philip bustled over, holding up the gift to King Stephen. The king smiled politely and patted Philip on the head. Up close, the king of all Tor looked warmer and more welcoming. Queen Leah came forward and took Philip to Princess Aurora. He peered over the edge of the crib. The babe was small and pale, chubby fists clenched around the blue blanket swaddling her. Philip hadn't seen any other babies, but his father said he had been a handsome, bellowing thing. This one sniffled and smiled. She was like a wrinkly, toothless turnip. A turnip he was supposed to marry. His father had told him over and over that it was his duty as a prince to wed the princess, and Philip wanted to be a good prince. He just wasn't sure what marrying her meant, and no one would explain it to him. His father said he would tell him when they were older, but what if the princess didn't want to marry him? It wasn't like they could ask the baby. The trumpet sounded again, and Philip's father ushered him away. A beam of light shot down from the ceiling, and a gentle breeze rustled the many banners hanging from the high arches. 3 figures appeared, small bodies glittering with magic. "Their most honored and exalted excellencies, the 3 good fairies," cried the announcer. "Mistress Flora, Mistress Fauna, and Mistress Merryweather." "Fairies," Philip whispered, and his father laughed. Philip had heard stories about fairies but never met one. Now there were 3 fluttering right in front of him. They were powerful and reclusive, more so after Maleficent's failed takeover of the human kingdoms. They looked like the stories, fairy wings thin as glass fluttering behind them and their feet floating slightly off the ground. Philip crept closer. The 3 women flew toward the crib on stained glass wings. "Always stay on the fairies' good sides," said King Hubert, tugging Philip back by his collar. He patted Philip's shoulder. "There's not a thing we can do against most of their magic, but their promises last forever. Once you make a deal with one, you can hold them to it." He tapped the side of his nose, and Philip nodded as though the king's counsel made sense. His father smiled. The fairies were small, and each was clothed in a different color. The green was tinged with brown, like a leaf or moss. The red was more like holly berries than fire, and the blue had the same grayish quality as fog on a summer morning. They flitted to the crib and cooed over the princess before greeting the king and queen. "Each of us the child may bless with a single gift." "No more, no less," said the one in red. "Little princess, my gift shall be the gift of beauty." She waved the bright yellow wand in her hand. Magic gathered and glittered like stars over Princess Aurora. It peppered down on the crib like fresh snow. Beauty? Philip scrunched his nose. Beauty was nice, but it wasn't a gift. He had wanted to gift her a bear, like the one on the coat of arms for his home, Artwine, but his father had said bears weren't appropriate gifts. As quickly as she had approached, the fairy in red moved away, and the one in green fluttered to Aurora. Philip tried to move closer again. He had seen magic once or twice, when his father called in a wizard, but that had been ancient runes, blood-red potions, and boring incantations. No amount of studying runes would make a true knight, his father always said. A hero relied on themselves and nothing else. But it was still magic, and Philip gasped as the fairy's wand sparkled. They could gift the princess anything, cunning, stalwart companions, or even magic itself. This one had to be more exciting than beauty. "Tiny princess," said the fairy, "my gift shall be the gift of song." "Song?" Philip asked, looking up at his father. What good is that? A lovely face and voice make for a lovelier wife, whispered King Hubert. Something you should be thankful for. Philip wasn't sure what a wife was, but the golden music box he had given the princess had been pushed aside for the fairies' gifts. They would never have been able to push a bear aside. Why does that matter to me? Philip asked. You said gifts are for the person you give them to. Those aren't for her. What if she doesn't like singing? Hush. His father flicked his ear. Next, the fairy in blue raised her wand, and a burst of wind nearly ripped it from her hands as she prepared to give the baby her final gift. The doors blew open, clanging against the walls, and people scattered across the hall. Philip's father yanked him behind the thrones and squared himself next to King Stephen. Philip peeked around his father's legs, hoping his shaking wasn't noticeable. The sounds had scared him, but his father's reaction scared him more. Nothing ever frightened his father. Thunder crashed despite the clear skies, and lightning struck the ground outside the swinging doors. A sickly green fire sparked to life in the center of the room. Smokeless and shifting, the flames twisted in on themselves until they formed a lithe figure taller even than King Stephen. Her headdress rose over her, and her cloak moved like flickering shadows. She smiled, her sneering mouth a red slash across pale skin. A raven perched on the orb at the tip of her staff. Why, cried the red fairy. It's Maleficent. The name shot through Philip like an arrow. Maleficent was supposed to be trapped, restricted to her mountain to reflect on her misdeeds. It had taken years for Philip's father and his cohorts to beat her back to the Forbidden Mountain, and now she stood before them all. Philip tried to be brave and not flinch, but when she looked at him, it was like 𝐏𝐫𝐤𝐴. He shuddered. Then he made sure no one had seen him. What does she want here? Asked the fairy in blue, who had been interrupted. The green one shushed her. Well, drawled Maleficent. Her voice was like brambles brushing together or ice grinding in a frozen river. She was taller and sharper than the other fairies, wearing a pointed headdress like goat horns and a sweeping gown, and she carried herself with an arrogance that made Philip shiver. Quite a glittering assemblage, King Stephen. Royalty, nobility, the gentry. She glided toward the thrones and stared down her nose at the other fairies. And, how quaint, even the rabble. She scowled, and the other fairies had to hold the blue one back. I really felt quite distressed about not receiving an invitation. Maleficent stroked her raven and stopped at the foot of the thrones. The blue fairy snarled, "You weren't wanted." Not want, Maleficent gasped, dark eyes rolling up, and laughed. Oh, dear. What an awkward situation. I had hoped it was merely due to some oversight. Well, in that event, I'd best be on my way. Philip didn't understand what was happening. His father's fists were shaking by his side. He turned slightly and caught King Stephen's gaze. The pair shared a look of fear that shook Philip's heart. Maleficent turned as though to leave, but her raven stayed twisted to glare at all of them. And you're not offended, Your Excellency? Asked Queen Leah. Why, no, Your Majesty. Maleficent stopped, as if she had been waiting for the question, and smiled. And to show I bear no ill will, I too shall bestow a gift on the child. King Stephen and Queen Leah moved to the crib, and the trio of fairies threw themselves over it to protect the princess. Maleficent spread her arms wide. Philip, trembling, couldn't take his eyes from her. Listen well, all of you, she said, and her voice echoed terribly. Unnaturally. Until it was all Philip could hear. The princess shall indeed grow in grace and beauty, beloved by all who know her, but before the sun sets on her 16th birthday, she shall prick her finger on the spindle of a spinning wheel and die. The raven took flight, and Maleficent swirled her fingers around her staff. Monstrous silhouettes sank from the green magic growing around it, and Queen Leah gasped. Phillip ripped his gaze from Maleficent. The queen scooped up Aurora into her arms, and Maleficent only laughed at her fear. "Seize that creature!" King Stephen yelled. His guards surged forward, but Maleficent's staff glowed green again. "Laughing still," she said. "Stand back, you fools." Lightning flashed, and she was gone, a green orb of dripping magic hanging in the air where she had been. Her raven cawed once and vanished into it. The magic faded. Phillip started repeating to himself what had happened, pinching his thigh to make sure it was all real. It was like a nightmare, and no one had done anything to stop her. 2 legendary kings in a hall full of knights, and Maleficent had cursed Princess Aurora and left like it was nothing. It wasn't at all like the stories. His father and the king hadn't struck out to meet Maleficent with their swords drawn. Philip's father only kept a firm grip on Philip's arm and kept shuffling them away from where Maleficent had stood. King Stephen and Queen Leah looked over Aurora with frantic eyes, and the red fairy approached them slowly. The crowd crept forward at the edges of the hall, people trying to see the princess or talk to the guards. He heard someone ask how this could have happened. He wanted to know that too. He tugged at his father's tunic and was ignored. "Don't despair, your majesties," the fairy in red said. "Merryweather still has her gift to give." "Then she can undo this fearful curse?" asked King Stephen, and Philip was shocked to hear the king's voice waver. "Oh, no, sire." The blue fairy, who Philip now knew was called Merryweather, shook her head. "Maleficent's powers are far too great," said the one in red. "But she can help," cried the third fairy. But Merryweather looked from the other fairies to the king, and the other 2 nudged her closer to the princess. The one in green patted her shoulder and said, "Just do your best, dear." Philip crept out from behind his father's legs, the fear seeping out of him. Anticipation tinged the air like magic. A fairy's best would surely be the best. Sweet princess. Merryweather shook out her arms and raised her wand. "If through this wicked witch's trick a spindle should your finger prick, a ray of hope there still may be in this, the gift I give to thee. Not in death but just in sleep the fateful prophecy you'll keep, and from this slumber you shall wake when true love's kiss the spell shall break." King Stephen deflated with relief. Queen Leah kept Aurora clutched to her chest, smiling down at her as she thanked the fairies. King Hubert clapped Philip on the back. "See, lad?" his father asked. "Stay on their good sides." Philip didn't see at all. "I thought Maleficent couldn't leave the mountain," said Philip. "How could she come here?" But no one was listening to him. The queen laid the baby down into her crib, and his father spoke with King Stephen. "No indication that she could leave," King Stephen was saying. "None. My scouts have reported nothing unusual, and the fairies clearly had no inkling of her escape." Philip's father huffed and rubbed his chin. "I'll ask Barney." Her powers returned faster than expected, or she burned it all in order to escape today. Barney will know. King Stephen's hand never left the cradle. The fear was gone, but attention had taken hold of all of them. Philip peeked over the edge of the cradle, prodded the princess's cheek, and huffed. "Beauty and song. I'll still get you a bear," he whispered to her. "Sounds like you'll need it." Chapter 1. Nighty Night. In a dingy and dripping with rain and choked with the scent of hunter's stew, in the middle of his first throw for the penultimate round of darts, His Royal Highness, Prince Philip of Artwine, knighted the year before and skilled in all manner of princely things, missed the dartboard entirely. Half the crowd groaned. A few threw copper rots at him, the coins clattering to the floor. Philip caught one, kissed it, and bowed to his opponent. A miller with suspiciously good aim and a good few years on him, she saluted him with her dart. "Losing isn't very knightly of you," she said, nodding to his purse. "Though I hope you're chivalrous enough to pay up." Philip had eschewed the usual trappings of royalty, traveling with the nondescript crest of a lesser family on his clothes, but everyone in the inn had seen him arrive on horseback with his armor the day before. Only a knight could afford a courser, and everyone had upped the bets on the games once he started playing. Fortunately, no one had connected him to Prince Philip yet. Portraits were rare in such a rural area, and his name was ordinary enough to not rouse suspicions. Nobles were more common than royals, anyway. People expected knights, they didn't expect errant princes. "Have mercy," said Philip. "I sold my chivalry to afford dinner." Well, he was errant. "Oh, don't show him mercy," said a woman behind him, her familiar voice making him wince. "He loses nightly, so he should be used to it." Johanna, his squire for a year and friend for 3, had no respect for him at all, and that was how Philip preferred it. "I have half a mind to leave you here," he said, and glanced at her over his shoulder. "You have half of a mind?" She gasped and clutched her heart, full mouth in a completely believable o of shock. "I hadn't noticed." It was better to let Johanna think she had the upper hand. Tall and well-built, she could easily take him in a fight. She preferred camping, where she could write poetry aloud without anyone overhearing, but Philip had dragged them to the small village yesternight after 2 weeks on the road. Her wet black hair was braided in a crown around her head, a sure sign she wasn't too angry about the detour. Not even Johanna would pass up a warm bath. "Stop letting him stall, Maxine," shouted a woman near the door. She had thrashed Philip at chess the night before and was walking the coin she'd won from him across her knuckles. "Win so I can go home earlier and richer." Maxine, Philip really had to start learning people's names before he lost to them, blushed all the way up her ears. Perhaps missing was a well-calculated move, he muttered and faked a yawn. "She a friend of yours?" "Emma's friendly enough," mumbled Maxine. Philip had missed on purpose. People had been playing darts off and on all day, hustling him out of his money. Maxine was a fine opponent, but her hands started shaking the moment she noticed people were watching. When she realized Emma had joined the crowd, Maxine had practically forgotten what a dart was. Maybe if Maxine thought him tired, she wouldn't feel so pressured and would beat him outright. She threw her dart, and it struck one of the middle rings carved into the wall. 6 points, said Philip, picking up his next dart. He could hit the board's edge and still lose. "Whatever shall I do?" Maxine had bet 5 silver nobles on this game after watching him lose earlier. To Philip, the riches were nothing, and he was well aware of how unappealing that thought was, but what was the harm in his enjoying himself and Maxine's taking home some easy money and impressing her crush? His throw hit the edge of the board with a resounding thwack. Philip gasped like Johanna had. He had learned how to look contrite and disappointed ages ago, but sardonic hyperbole was far more fun. Emma applauded, and Maxine blushed. Philip hid his smile with another yawn. "Rematch tomorrow?" he asked Maxine. "Sure." Confusion wrinkled across her face. "But I figured all you knights had to prepare for the wedding, and that's only..." In an instant, the comment ripped the happiness from him and replaced it with rage. "I'm not that sort of knight," Philip snapped, even though he didn't mean to. The wedding was 26 days and 18 hours away, give or take some minutes, and he had no intention of arriving in the kingdom of All Tor for it until absolutely necessary. Phillip picked up his last dart, wished Maxine good luck with the rest of the tournament, and bet on her on his way to Johanna. He dropped onto the stool next to her. "Lose again?" she asked without looking. Her head was bowed over a thin book, a birthday gift from him, and her supper sat forgotten. She'd been scribbling in the book all year and refusing to let him see her latest work. Usually she read her newest poetry to him as they rode. "Did you always dream of losing a coin in every corner of your kingdom as your great rebellion against your father?" Phillip smiled to himself. "I don't think gambling counts as rebellion, but if you're offering..." He didn't care about the lost pride or money. His fate had been set since he was a child, so what did losing or winning anything matter? For the first and final time in his life, he wasn't training to save Princess Aurora or even thinking about her. That was the entire point of this journey, distraction. "Keep your treasonous jokes away from me," said Johanna. Phillip tapped the tip of her long nose with his stolen dart and tried to peek in the book. "Isn't this better than standing around the castle in overly decorated armor and playing scumps? How are you ever going to write the next great epic if all we do is sit in the castle performing ceremonial duties?" "Most of those ceremonies require us to stand," she said, and angled the book away from him with a pointed look. "So long as you're in one piece when I return you to His Majesty for the wedding, I don't care what you do." Phillip shushed her and glanced around to make sure none of the remaining patrons were listening. "Don't talk to me about the wedding," he whispered, getting his emotions under control. It wasn't even a real wedding, it was a way for King Hubert to join his family with his best friends, regardless of how Prince Phillip and Princess Aurora, his betrothed, felt. Not that Phillip knew her feelings, as he had only met her once, when she was still a baby. "No one's even heard from her or those fairies for 15 years, Phillip said, each word drawn out from him like poison from a wound. "Maybe there won't even be a wedding." "Not being heard from is the point of hiding," Johanna said. "Royals marry for business all the time, and you've known about your betrothal for ages. Why are you still acting shocked?" Phillip couldn't say it was because he had believed all those stories about true love, dragons, and knights in shining armor as a child, so he slumped and said, "Bitter words for such a romantic." "Romance and realism aren't opposing forces," Johanna said, and scratched out a word that might have been slumber. "Eat your food. I finished all of the celery for you." She gestured to the stew of mostly carrots next to her, and Phillip smiled. His horse, Samson, would be so jealous. "An act purely for my benefit, I'm sure," he said, and picked up the bowl. "Also, if you're writing about the curse again." The door to the inn crashed open. 3 people flooded inside, blades dripping rainwater across the floor as they swung them about. A few folks screamed, some brandished jugs or stools, and Phillip set his bowl back on the table. "Tell me this isn't a robbery," he said. Johanna closed her book. "I'm hoping it will be more of a shakedown." "You all do as he says, leave your money on the tables, and keep your hands in sight, and you'll live," said the tallest of the interlopers. They inclined their head to the one in the lead. He was short and silver-headed, the vicious look in his blue eyes twisting his handsome face. He pulled a knife from a loop on his belt and raised it at Emma, who had still been standing near the front door when he had burst through. "You don't," he said, "and she dies." Phillip laid his stolen dart in both hands on the table, and Johanna tossed her purse next to his dart. The other 2 thieves collected everyone's money as the third one watched, his knife at Emma's throat. 2 folks had grabbed Maxine by the arms and covered her mouth to hold her back. Phillip eyed the 2 thieves as they took Johanna's money and left his dart. They slowly finished their round. Chasing after these thieves wouldn't be worth it. Neither Johanna nor he was ready for a fight. Their weapons and armor were in their room, and the night was thick with rain and fog. Phillip could replace the money lost twice over. If Johanna and he tried to take down the three here without their supplies, they probably wouldn't lose, but a bystander might get hurt. "All right," said the oldest thief. He hemmed and hawed, looking like he'd expected more of a fight. "Well, we'll be going, and we'll be taking her for a little walk with us to ensure no one tries anything funny. Anyone follows, she dies." They vanished out the door with Emma, and the inn's occupants started talking frantically and peering out the shuttered windows. Maxine slumped against the people who had held her back. Phillip picked up his supper. "Absolutely not," said Johanna. "We're giving chase." "They'll let her go, and then I can repay everyone," said Phillip. "But what if they don't?" Phillip shrugged. "You want to be the man who bet another's life on thieves being honest?" Johanna asked. "Because that's the epic I'll write about you if you don't help me." She flicked the back of his hand. "And if you start throwing money at people, they'll know you're not an everyday knight." Phillip sighed. It wasn't that he cared about what anyone else thought of him, but he cared about Johanna. And Emma had been a good sport when he arrived yesterday. He set everything down again. "Fine, but I'll follow them at a distance and only intervene if they try to hurt her," he said, standing and stretching. "You go upstairs, grab our things, and follow me with Samson. Once they leave Emma, we can arrest them if you insist. It would be easier and safer to round them up when they didn't have a hostage." "I do insist, but you can't go alone." "I am a knight, even if I don't always act like one," he said. "I know what I'm doing." Phillip plunged weaponless and armorless into the dreary dark. Fog as thick as smoke coated the street outside, and the humidity left behind by the warm spring rain was cloying. Night had stained the lush woods surrounding the town a deep indigo, and clouds dimmed the little moonlight there was. A drizzle-soaked Phillip crept along behind the thieves until he was close enough to intervene. The trees along the side of the road were the perfect hiding place. The shortest one, straight brown hair slicked back with rain, hesitated and glanced over their shoulder. "I don't think anyone's coming." Phillip ducked down below a small wall along the path. "You told them not to," said Emma. "They don't want me dead." "Bully for you," muttered the third one. They wiped their red curls from their eyes. "Sire, what do we do?" "Keep walking," said Sire, who Phillip assumed was the leader. "We stick to my plan." Sire kept the blade at the side of Emma's throat. He was comfortable wielding it, which was worrying. Less worrying was the red-headed thief's small crossbow, which they held like a venomous snake and had clearly never used before. The third one seemed completely baffled by the axe in their own hand. "You can't keep me forever," Emma said. Her hands were fists at her sides. "We must be far enough now." Sire smacked her with the flat of the knife. "You stop when I say you stop." Phillip, not caring for Sire's nonchalance, darted off the path and looped wide to overtake them. The red-headed one must have heard him and fired off a shot. It tore harmlessly through the branches far to Phillip's right, and he sank to his knees behind a bush. He had often played town guard and protector as a knight, but these were the oddest thieves he had ever encountered. "Why did you do that?" Sire tilted his head back and sighed. "You could have killed someone." The thief ducked instead of answering. Phillip started to crawl toward the road, low enough to be out of sight. To his delight, Emma had shuffled out of Sire's reach. Phillip stopped 2 strides away from the thief with the axe. "Do what I say," muttered Sire. "Why is that so hard?" Lightning flashed overhead. Phillip lunged, timing his step with the thunder. He crashed through the underbrush and flung his stolen dart at Sire's face. It struck the thief's left cheek, sending him sprawling with a shriek, and the other two spun to Phillip. Phillip tackled the one with the axe and kneed them hard in the side. They dropped the axe. He rose with it in hand. The thief with the crossbow fired off a shot with surprising accuracy, missing him by a hair. Phillip knocked the crossbow aside with a sweep of the axe, and they stumbled back. Strides away, Sire struggled to his feet, and Emma raced back toward the inn. Phillip slammed the handle of the axe into the crossbow thief's temple. They crumpled to the road. Lightning flashed again, and Phillip lunged for Sire. With any luck, the others would surrender or scatter as soon as he and the money went down. Phillip swung the axe at Sire. He moved with surprising speed, blocking the blow with his knife. The guard caught the axe's handle, and he nearly wrenched it from Phillip's grasp. Phillip twisted with the movement, his confidence flickering, and connected a kick with Sire's knees. Sire went down with a howl. That ought to have done it, but when Phillip spun to face the other two thieves, they didn't run. One even laughed at Sire. Maybe Phillip had misread this trio. "It would be best if you all surrendered," he said, adjusting his grip on the axe. One thief raised the crossbow, and the other lifted their fist. "Optimistic of you," Phillip said to the one without a weapon and twirled the axe. Johanna should have caught up with them by now. Phillip was good, but he wasn't 3 versus 1 in the rain good. "You know, if you took off running with the money right now and left well enough alone, I wouldn't stop you." Phillip said it in a drawl, stifling his concern with false confidence. He shuffled backward and tried to lead Sire out of the middle of the road. Fog shrouded the inn from sight, but Phillip didn't want the thieves to see Johanna coming in case that made them panic. The trees lining the road would provide some cover. Maybe he could even find a branch to wield as a weapon. Run? Sire stood, knife in hand, and stalked after Phillip. "When you're the one alone?" A chill swept over Phillip, the odd tingling of it starting in his chest and spreading throughout his body. He flexed his fingers, and grass twisted around Sire's ankles like a hand. Sire took a step forward, shaking off the grass. Phillip shook his head. What had he seen? Sire attacked. Phillip sidestepped, the knife tearing through his shirt. The crossbow twanged behind him, and a bolt tore past his cheek. Desperate for cover, Phillip dodged deeper into the tree line. A branch cracked above him and crashed to his feet. Phillip snatched it up. A prickle like lightning raced across his skin. He had misjudged this. Like him, they didn't care about the money. Unlike him, they cared about winning. Sire slashed at Phillip. Phillip blocked the knife with the branch and swung the axe. Another crossbow bolt tore through the air next to his hand, making him drop the axe, and Phillip stumbled. His back hit a tree. Phillip pushed Sire aside with the branch. The third thief aimed their crossbow at Phillip again. Hoofbeats pounded down the road. The thief turned, lowering their bow. Johanna, astride Samson and brandishing her sword, emerged from the fog and cleaved the crossbow in two. The thief dropped it and sprinted away. The second thief ran after them. Phillip relaxed. "Took you long enough," he said. "Last-minute rescues make better poems, I assume?" Johanna shushed him. "You're the one who took off without a weapon. The storm made it near impossible to find you. Mind of its own, I swear, but Emma made it back safely." Before he could respond, a knife sliced into his arm. Phillip yelped, panic numbing the pain. Sire slammed into Phillip and pinned him to the tree. His knife pressed into Phillip's throat, and the fog smothered them until Philip could see only the murderous glare of Sire's blue eyes. The odd prickling sensation Philip had felt earlier returned to his fingers. Philip's skin broke beneath Sire's blade. "Get away from me!" Philip grunted, and as he struck out with his fist, so did a branch from the tree behind him. Both hit Sire square in the chest. The thief flew back, crashed through a sapling, and crumpled to the ground. Philip froze. Branches and grass twisted around Sire's throat and hands, binding him to the ground as he struggled weakly against them. Johanna drew in a breath. "What's happening?" she asked, trying to calm the panicking horse. Philip took a deep breath. The vines holding Sire sank back into the earth, the fog around them dissipated, and the storm died down. Distantly, thunder cracked, and Philip shuddered. "I'm not sure," he said, and wiped his hands on his shirt. "Perhaps the wind." "Philip, that looked like magic." "Don't be ridiculous," snapped Philip. Philip's memories of magic were tinged with the brimstone stench of Maleficent's green smoke and the cackling 𝐏𝐫𝐢𝐬𝐲𝐬. Magic was rare, and he was besieged by accursed betrothed and strange dreams as it was. This was a fluke. A trick of the light. "We've been in otter fights before, and we have a job to finish," Philip said, but when he turned to where Sire had landed, the thief was gone. Philip squinted into the fog and barely made out Sire fleeing. "Never mind. If Emma's back safe, forget it. You pay everyone what was stolen from them out of my money, and I'll pack our things." "We're leaving?" Johanna asked, eyeing Sire. "I could get him." Samson snorted in agreement, but Philip patted his neck. "We need to leave as soon as possible to make it home before my father leaves for 𝐼𝐴, he said. "I want to talk to him." It was the only thing he could think of. His father would know of any reports of rogue magic or new magical deals, and he knew it would shut Johanna up. "Right, because you wanting to see your father is perfectly normal," she muttered. "If you're sure." "Since when have I been sure of anything?" he asked. But really, he was scared. Magic wasn't supposed to just show up in strange towns. It was dangerous and unpredictable, and it shouldn't have happened. It couldn't have happened. If it had, he only hoped his father knew why. Chapter 2. An Unusual Prince. It took 5 days for Philip and Johanna to reach the outskirts of Artwine's main city. King Hubert's flags waved at them from atop the towers, shooing Philip away. He hadn't spoken to Johanna any more about what happened with the thieves, but she had talked about it non-stop. She had spent the whole journey describing what she had seen and how it was definitely, no question, could only be magic, and Philip had spent the whole journey finding it harder and harder to rebuff her. She wanted to get to the bottom of it, but Philip wanted nothing more than to prove her wrong. Sure, the grass and branches behaving like that was odd, but it had been windy. They had been distracted and worried. It was simply a trick of their panicked minds. Philip was certain that their trip to visit his father would confirm that magic wasn't involved. King Hubert hailed from the school of what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. He had hired trainers and knights to surprise Philip with attacks and challenges as he was growing up, and each time he had watched from the sidelines like it was some great show. A knight always had to be prepared, he said time and time again. And then, usually, some new little test, like stopping a flung spear or picking out the non-poisoned tart from a tray, would begin. What's more likely, anyway? Philip leaned down from his seat atop Samson and whispered to him. Magic suddenly appearing out of nowhere, or one of the hits I took rattling me so good I mistook normal winds and vines for mystical ones. Samson snorted. The courser had been with Philip longer than anyone save his father and had spent years dragging Philip to safety when he was a page. What Samson deemed safe was mostly his stall or the kitchens, but Philip hadn't minded. 5 years after Maleficent's first and only escape from the Forbidden Mountain and Princess Aurora's going into hiding, Kings Hubert and Stephen had decided that marrying Philip to the cursed princess wasn't enough. He was to be her protector once the curse was avoided, charged with keeping Maleficent from assassinating Princess Aurora, and Philip's dreams of gallantry and heroism had been trampled by an endless parade of surprise tests and tournaments. Philip would never be in charge of his own life. "You'll talk to Samson about what's bothering you but not me?" Johanna asked, nudging her horse, Taliesin, up alongside him. "Shall I find a stranger for you to discuss it with as well?" They were a few minutes from the gates of the city, and the road around them was mostly empty. She nodded to a group of 3 merchants far down the road behind them. "Perhaps one of them will do." "You're painfully stubborn," he mumbled. As much as he loved her, Philip knew Johanna wouldn't understand. She knew what she wanted to do with her life and was already practically living it. She spoke of being a knight the same way most people talked about the loves of their lives. She was even writing whatever it was in her book. She'd been working on the same piece for months. Philip hated how terribly envious he was of her certainty. "Samson doesn't have any wild ideas about what happened," Philip said. "Listen, it's much more likely my father concocted some plan to lure me home and the thieves were a part of it." Johanna frowned and rose up in her seat to better see the city walls ahead of them. They were near enough to the city now that the shadows of the short towers crept over them, and Philip shivered in the shade. He had hoped not to return here until after he was ensnared by his wedding and Princess Aurora's curse. "I know what you're not saying," Johanna said finally. "It's Maleficent. You're worried the magic might be connected to her. But what if there's a wizard out there who could help? Someone to defeat her once and for all." Philip bristled at the mention of Maleficent. It always came back to her. "If they wanted to help, they'd come forward themselves," he said. The only good thing that had come from the curse was that it had used up so much of her power that she was trapped yet again in her mountain hideout. She hadn't left the ruins there since. "Fine. Consider this then, what if you're magical," said Johanna. "If you're to be Princess Aurora's savior from a powerful, magical being, you'll need magic. Maybe it's a belated gift from the fairies." "What?" Philip couldn't hold back his laugh. Fairies didn't give belated gifts, they picked their favored baby and showered them with things like beauty and song. They didn't give errant princes the ability to hit thieves with wind. Don't take this the wrong way, but that's the most fantastical, unlikely thing you have ever said, and you once called me honorable. People don't just develop magic, and fairies definitely don't go about gifting it randomly. A part of Philip, the little boy who had wandered into King Stephen's castle a child with the world at his feet and left with only one path he would be forced to undertake, would have leapt at magic as an explanation. There were so many great wizard kings in his father's old stories. Magic would have been another way to prove himself to the world and leave his mark on it so that some of the future stories passed down would be of him. But this Philip, older and wise enough, knew that none of it mattered. Princess Aurora would return from wherever the fairies were hiding her, Maleficent's curse would most likely be avoided entirely through that deception, and Philip would be forced to stay by her side in the time that followed to keep her safe from Maleficent's ire at her plans being foiled. Her true love would never even need to make an appearance, and Philip's marriage to her would ensure he was always near to keep her safe. Finally, Kings Hubert and Stephen would be family, and they would be working together to crush Maleficent, just like in the old days. They were sure she would focus all her attention on killing the princess instead of trying to conquer the kingdoms like she had last time. "Well, that's just rude to both of us," Johanna drawled, but he could see she was hurt. She urged Taliesin forward and cantered toward the city gates ahead of Philip. "You're not the least bit intrigued by the idea of having magic?" "I loathe everything, Johanna," said Philip, and his frown wasn't entirely put on. Johanna refused to see the worst in anything, even him. She didn't deserve his ire. "When have you known anything to intrigue me?" "When you told me about that dream girl of yours, it was the most wistful I'd ever seen you," she said, grinning at him over her shoulder. And there it was. Philip's secret, a girl who haunted his dreams. "I shouldn't have told her," he whispered to Samson, ignoring the odd looks from people leaving the city. Even hearing her mention the dreams made his heart race and his blood rush in his ears. "They're more like nightmares, honestly. I would give anything for one good night of dreamless, silent sleep." For as long as Philip could remember, he had dreamed the same dream nearly every night. He was in an ancient wood, from which he could never escape, and all he could hear was the daily goings-on of a girl behind a thick thorn wall. He never saw her, could never respond to her, and could never hear anything that might have helped him identify her. He was simply stuck listening to her. It was like overhearing a group of players performing on the other side of a thick dusty curtain. Her voice carried the most, but it was still muffled and distant. Rarely, he could make out who she was talking to, usually her aunts or the animals they raised, and often he heard the mysterious girl singing to herself as she went about her day. In all the years he had been unwillingly eavesdropping on her, he had heard nothing that hinted at why he dreamed of her. He had once considered that the dreams were magic, but his life was already tied to someone else. He didn't want to investigate and uncover that he was intricately linked not only to Princess Aurora in his waking life but to another stranger in his dreams. It was easier to think of the dreams as nothing more than flukes. Philip braced himself as they passed through the gates and slowed to a halt. "I think it would be best if I spoke with my father alone. Restock and prepare for us to leave again once I'm done." He dismounted and handed the horse's reins to Johanna. She moved to talk, and Philip shook his head. He couldn't admit she was right, that she was one of two people who knew him so well it scared him, so he instead said, "I have 21 days until Princess Aurora's birthday and the sham that will be our marriage. I want to spend them away from here, even if we're only camping down the road." "Of course," she said, and led Samson away. "This way, your high hoarseness." Philip sighed, slouched his shoulders, and glared up at the looming castle that was his home. It was rather like his father, an intimidating sprawl of stone that had been weathered by the world for years and never once fallen. No siege had ever broken through its stone walls, and no king who sat on its throne had ever surrendered. The great gate separating the main part of the castle from the city was easy enough to pass through undetected, with everyone focusing on work instead of on the faces of those slipping past them, and Philip joined a group of workers returning to the castle to prepare for his father's imminent departure. Philip knew his father would be riding ahead to Old Tor and arriving early to spend time with his best friend before the wedding. No doubt they would be discussing all their plans for Maleficent's inevitable return. "A knight always has to be prepared," muttered Philip, stopping outside of his father's study, where the king always was this time of day. To fight, to outwit, to sacrifice. And to marry girls they had never met. Philip shoved open the doors. The study was small and mostly for show, the hunting trophies on the wall revealing his father's true favorite place to be. A great bear was rearing behind the large wooden desk laden with letters and ledgers and half-drunk cups. King Hubert of Artwine was clad in hunting clothes, rifling through papers and muttering to himself. He hadn't even heard the doors open. Now, the blueprints. Yes, good. Philip cleared his throat. "Philip. My boy." His father smiled, eyes crinkling, and swept around the desk to him. "There you are." King Hubert folded him into a rib-crushing hug. "Here I am," Philip mumbled into his father's shoulder. "You know, in my day, knights answered to their lord," said his father, pulling away and wagging his finger before Philip's face. "Told them where they were going and didn't vanish for weeks on end." It wasn't even a mean statement, but it made Philip wince. Each story of knights of old, each hope foisted upon Philip, and each time his father had complete and utter confidence that he would succeed at protecting Princess Aurora from Maleficent, they ripped out the part of Philip's heart that still thought he could be the hero. Each compliment only made him think of the selfishness he knew lived in him. How could he be the good Prince Philip when none of his choices felt good enough? "Well, I guess I'm not like the knights of your day." Philip slowly walked around his father's study and let his fingers skim the familiar objects. "Speaking of, though, Johanna and I had an encounter with some thieves. A trio robbed the inn we were staying at, but they didn't seem interested in the money." "Oh, the sort who sees the fight as the spoils." King Hubert shadowboxed to his chair. "Give them the old one too, did you? Show them what happens to those who cast aside justice?" "Johanna showed them, mostly," said Philip, dropping into one of the chairs before his father's desk. He propped his feet up on the corner. His father punched his boots, lightly, and collapsed into his own chair with a huff. "Course she did. Always liked her. Anyway, I wanted to know if you had heard any reports of things happening about a 5-day ride northwest of here," asked Philip. "Or if you had perhaps planned another one of your tests for me." "Can't say I have," said his father, an eye twitching toward his desk. He had already lost interest. "Hard to plan things when I don't know where you are." So the king almost certainly hadn't been behind the oddness of the thieves' attack. If he had, he would have wanted to know everything and go over each of Philip's mistakes. He also seemed unaware of any potential magic. Just a normal fight in a stronger-than-normal storm. Philip dropped his gaze to his hands. "I figured I could be as unhelpful and self-deprecating on the road as I could be here, and on the road you don't have to deal with me. I'm in no position to deal with you since I'm handling wedding preparations," said King Hubert, all traces of cheer gone from his voice. "Well," Philip let his feet fall to the floor with a crack and rose. "That's my cue to leave. Fun chat. I'll see you at the party. Now hold on." King Hubert huffed, beard bristling like an angry cat's back. "I've been lenient, lad. I've been patient. I've ignored your shrugging off important assignments and not stepping up to the lead when presented with the chance, but you're a step away from crossing the line. My guard and I are leaving tomorrow, and Stefan is meeting us halfway. You're coming with me, and you're getting ready for this wedding. We have to be prepared." "Prepared?" Philip laughed and stepped back from the desk. "It's a wedding. What could there possibly be to prepare for? Shouldn't we be more worried about Maleficent? Stefan and I have got plans for Maleficent. Nothing for you to worry about." King Hubert huffed and smacked his chest, the desk rattling as he stomped a foot. "What plans have you and King Stefan made?" Philip asked, and crossed his arms. "You never mentioned anything to me." "Couldn't have, could I?" asked his father. "You're off doing who knows what and avoiding your duties. No use telling you now, anyway. We've got it well in hand. It took armies to confine Maleficent to the Forbidden Mountain. Can you at least tell me if you still intend for me to single-handedly protect the princess from her?" Philip asked. King Hubert leaned over his desk and waggled a finger at Philip. "It likely won't come to that. You're the last line of defense. We can get some more training in on the road, but believe me, Stefan and I have everything under control." "Oh, well, so long as I'm the last line of defense, that's fine," said Philip, a pit forming in his stomach. I don't want anyone to depend on me. You only feel that way because you say nonsense like that. His father made an annoyed sound in the back of his throat and sipped from one of the half-empty cups on his desk. You're lucky. No wars to speak of. No great battles. Oh, they'll temper you, make you a true knight and king, but they ruin too many. Wouldn't wish them on anyone. Philip gritted his teeth and ground out, any plans you can tell me about? Leah has most of the wedding details worked out, said his father, falling back in his chair. He tapped his chin with a finger. She's particular, you know. Didn't want to set the wedding so soon with Aurora having been gone for so long, but I talked her into seeing reason eventually. She wants to talk to you about Aurora though, before the wedding. Philip had always liked Queen Leah, which only made this worse. Queen Leah was being reasonable, said Philip. Aurora and I have never spoken, and according to Maleficent's curse, she has some true love out there. This again? His father rolled his eyes. You'll get to know her. Your mother I hardly knew each other when we married, and I would have moved the moon for her, rest her soul. Philip had no memories of his mother. She died of fever shortly after he was born. However, he had heard story after story about his parents' initially contentious arrangement. Neither of them had been thrilled about being married, something Philip thought should have made his father more empathetic about his situation, but then she had unseated him during a jousting tournament and crushed one of his knights in hand-to-hand. His father had been too impressed to be angry about marrying her after that, their arranged marriage quickly becoming a love match, so the story went. Philip liked to imagine she was swinging a ghostly punch at everyone intent on making him Princess Aurora's guardian. You're entering into a contract, and that's better than any love, it's binding, said his father. Romantic. Philip took a small step toward the door, but something stopped him. Despite his father's assurances that he hadn't orchestrated the strange fight, Philip was still troubled by the oddness of the grass and branches moving to strangle Sire. Could it be possible that there was magic loose his father didn't know about? Have you heard from the fairies at all? Philip asked, trying to sound casual. What about that wizard who used to visit? Blue Barnum or something? Those fairies know better than to contact anyone. We can't risk Aurora's location being uncovered. His father snorted. And magic is all well and good, gifts must be appreciated, after all, but Barney hasn't set foot here in years, and good riddance. There's nothing an old-fashioned fight can't take care of. So Philip had returned home for nothing but scorn. He had to get out of there. Well, I'll be leaving now, he said. I will meet you the day of the wedding. Philip had run away enough to know the best moment to slip out. His father was far too dignified to chase after him or demand he be dragged back to the castle. Nonsense. This is your life we're talking about, lad. You're coming with me. You're right, it is my life. Philip opened the door so that anyone nearby would be able to hear them. I'm not absconding. I'm not abdicating. His father flinched at the word. I will be at Princess Aurora's birthday, said Philip loudly. However, I am still a knight of this realm, and as such, I must make sure the thieves I ran into are not a part of something larger. Lying was so easy after a lifetime of playing the part of the agreeable prince. Now see here. His father cleared his throat and dropped his voice. You are forming an alliance against the greatest evil humanity has ever seen. I know. Philip swallowed. I'll be traveling with Johanna. She's earned her knighthood, by the way. His father stared at him, one eye narrowed and mouth twisted into a scowl. He watched a servant walk past the open door. She'll earn it once she delivers you to Allport 21 days from now, King Hubert said, voice even and reasonable. You can flee to every corner of this kingdom and pretend you're some nobody with no responsibilities, but you are and will always be Prince Philip. Philip did the only other thing he knew how to do, he ran away. Chapter 3. Into the Woods. Philip left on horseback and galloped from the castle without a backward glance. Johanna refused to head north and instead led them on a roundabout journey that would eventually arrive in 𝐼𝐴. She tried to find out more about what had happened, and Philip said only that his father wasn't behind the thieves. Once they had stopped and set up camp for the night, Philip tried to stay awake as long as he could to enjoy Johanna's quiet, comforting company. He wanted no part of his dreams. But, as always, when Philip finally gave in and closed his eyes to rest, he was in the forest again. His dream world felt old. Towering trunks brimmed with emerald leaves, their branches creaking beneath the weight of a canopy so thick it blotted out the sky. Moss blanketed the gnarled roots of blackthorns, and briars crowded the forest floor in fragrant full bloom. The breeze, steeped with damp evergreen and overripe black currant, whipped through the wood with a whistle. The trees went on as far as he could see. They were the same trees that greeted him every night when he fell asleep. He had tried to find his way out of the forest as a child, but the forest had grown closer and the tree leaves had twisted into impassable veils, herding him to the same place, a great thorn wall. The wall was jagged and uneven, and Philip couldn't exactly remember when it had appeared, but over time it had torn through trunks and rocks with thorns as long as swords. The wall split the forest so thoroughly that Philip had never found its end, despite trying to walk around it hundreds of times. The brambles still grew, slithering deeper into the wood with every dream Philip spent there. The forest lost ground with each restless night. "Hello again," Philip mumbled, patting the moss. He could never have a restful night when he needed it. "You're as ugly as ever." The thorn wall loomed a few paces away, a wound of sickly yellow and rotting brown against the forest's lush greenery. He had tried to peek through it, climb over it, and dig beneath it, but the vines always snapped shut like a dragon's maw. Philip walked along the wall. At least he couldn't hear her tonight. Maybe the universe was being merciful and giving him peace in his dreams for the first time in. "No, no, no," came a girl's familiar voice. The universe hated him. She laughed, the high peal of it grating in his ears. "Pan, you cannot eat 𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐬𝐿. This is supposed to be a proper garden party." Philip had been haunted by the sound of the girl's voice for years. Philip didn't know her, couldn't see her through the wall, and couldn't communicate with her at all. In the end, he supposed he didn't even know if she was real or imagined. All he could do was listen to her going on about her day-to-day life. It would have been like listening to a bedtime story if he didn't find her presence so irritating. As she cared for her animal friends, she continually told them about her various travels around the continent and all the different people she met during her wandering. Even worse, he had eventually realized that the girl could hear his daily happenings as well. She had detailed parts of his life to her friends, though fortunately he had only ever heard her talking about him to her animal companions and not to any of the humans she described having met on her travels, and, trapped in the dream wood, he had been forced to listen to her commentary on his life. He hadn't cared for the way she described him as some boy who dreams of me and my life to a friendly owl one day. It made it sound like he was responsible for it. He didn't want to hear about her life any more than she wanted him to. "Thank you all for coming. I believe we all know why we're here. There is a monster in our midst." The girl hesitated, and Philip perked up. She had never mentioned any sort of monster living near her. "One of you ate every single one of the custard tarts I made last night, and I want to know who." Philip rolled his eyes and slumped again. Her little investigations had lost all their fun when he realized it was always the squirrel. Now, ears can hop, but not high enough to get into the window, she said. Pan is too loud to steal anything while I sleep. Ears was a rabbit. Pan was a goat. Philip was tired. Truly the most monstrous thing of all has occurred, Philip whispered to himself. Regale me with the dangerous robbery so that I may annoy that poor dream boy with the tail. He crawled onto a low branch near the wall. A soft humming drifted through the cracks, and Philip closed his eyes. When the dream girl wasn't talking, she was singing, but singing, at least, allowed him the respite sleeping should have. But what you were all unaware of was that I suspected treachery, she said, and clapped. That was funny, he hated to admit. But it still wasn't fair that this stranger consumed so much of his life. She and Princess Aurora would have made great friends. Why wasn't I defending them? I was busy sitting through that dream boy's fighting with his father, she said, and unlike in every other dream, her voice wasn't muffled at all. Hearing her clearly was worse than when he had been forced to listen to her telling a dear about his final trial as a page. Do not talk about me, he muttered, and raised a hand at the wall. He was very rude to that Johanna of his. She huffed and waited for a response again. I know. It is completely uncalled for. Philip rolled his eyes. You're uncalled for. He thinks nothing matters, she said, but he... Don't pretend you know me. Philip yelled. A vine from the wall struck out like a serpent and slammed 2 thorns into his hand. Philip cursed and stuck his hurt thumb into his mouth. You're in a prickly mood tonight. I'm in a what? Shrieked the girl. Philip toppled out of the tree, his eyes widening. What? She couldn't be responding to him. She couldn't hear him. Never in all the years they had been dreaming of each other had they been able to talk to each other. He had tried to speak with her when he was younger, and she had tried to talk to him, however, it had never worked. This was absurd. Don't want me, the dream girl shouted. What are you doing here? What did you do? At least that confirmed he wasn't imagining it. She was talking to him, and how dare she blame him? What am I doing here? Philip rolled to his knees, yanked a twig from his hair, and tossed it at the wall. The vines snapped it in too. What are you doing here? This is my dream. Your dream? He could hear her stomp her foot against the ground, leaves crunching under the force of her heel. I was having a perfectly nice dream without your interference for once. Philip held up a hand and laughed. You're dreaming? But I'm dreaming. That's how this works. I dream of your life, you dream of mine, and thankfully, never the two shall meet. And if you are dreaming, who are you talking to? Yourself? She hissed, and he could practically hear the scowl she surely wore. It's none of your business who I talk to, and why exactly are we in each other's dreams anyway? We don't know each other. I don't know. I always assumed I dreamed you up, he said. And since you're really just a part of my imagination, you don't know either. I'm not any part of you. She laughed. I don't even know who you are. Exactly what a dream might say. The thorns rustled, as though blocking her from peeking through, and she muttered, You're ridiculous. All right, Philip would never call himself ridiculous. Being able to communicate with the mystery dream girl wasn't anything like he imagined, and he didn't know what to do. She was more irritable than he thought she would be. What had changed that made them able to talk now after years of lonely assumptions? What's ridiculous is you practicing what you're going to say to animals who have no idea what you're saying ever, Philip said, and took a seat with his back to the wall. Her affronted stutter made him smile. Seriously, how are we going to prove we're not the other's dream? She laughed under her breath, so different from the bubbling sound he was used to when she was alone. I don't feel like a dream. Completely unhelpful. He sighed and rubbed his face. How would either of them know what a dream feels like? All right, where do you live? He had never been able to hear anything remotely about where she was. Why would his mind do that? Oh, the thorn wall writhed and twisted, the snapping of thorns drowning out her words. With my aunts. Maybe his mind wasn't clever enough to come up with a location. I couldn't make out a word of that, he said. Of course you couldn't, said the girl with a scoff. Where do you live? Artwine. No, your voice didn't carry, she said. He laughed. Funny how you made that sound like it's my fault. I haven't decided how at fault you are yet, she said, the rustling sound of her pacing from grass to stone changing with each step. Let's start simpler. What's your name? I've never been able to hear that, only the names of your friends. He snorted, delighted with her in a way he hadn't expected. I haven't decided if I'll tell you that yet. They stood in silence, neither willing to break, and Phillip did admire her resolve. She was almost as stubborn as him. You're incorrigible, she finally said. I'm Briar Rose. Almost. The name fit her, she had always been a thorn in his side. My name is Phillip. Odd name, said Briar Rose. Says the girl named for a bush, he laughed. It's a flower. It's right therein. Don't ruin my joke with an explanation. Phillip kept as much bite as he could out of the comment and got as close to the wall as he dared. He could barely hear her laughing on the other side. So, earlier, were you pretending there were animals with you, or are there animals on your side of the wall? I was pretending, she said, almost sounding embarrassed. There are never any creatures in this wood. Only us. Phillip hadn't played pretend in a long time. Princes had no time for playing knight or sparring with shadows. But from what he had overheard throughout the years, Briar Rose had any number of tutors and friends to speak with, given the stories she had told the real animals of her travels. Why bother pretending? Why are we sharing a dream now? This can't be the first time we've been asleep at the same time, right? Phillip asked. No, we've definitely been asleep at the same time. I don't think we've ever heard each other in real time before. No matter when we're asleep and awake, we dream of the other. He sighed. It was the truth that he had lived most of his life. My main concern is, why us? She asked with a huff. Why are we, of all people, trapped together, and why have we always only heard specific pieces of the other's life? Trapped. He was surprised she felt the same. No idea. This place doesn't obey time, I suppose, but it always had rules. Why break them now? He asked. I don't know, said Briar Rose. I talk to you sometimes, when I was awake and alone, in case you were dreaming of me, but I don't think you ever were. To his dismay, his heart clenched at that. He had heard some of those moments, but he couldn't stand to know if she had ever listened to him whispering to her as a kid, begging for understanding and comfort. I mostly just thought about how much of my life you could spy on, and hated it. And you think I didn't feel the same? She asked dryly. He licked his lips, thinking of something to ask that wasn't about why or how but about them and their shared lives, but before he could speak, she continued. So what has changed recently that allows us to speak? Have you done anything that could have caused this? Phillip rolled his lips together, trying to think of what to say. No matter how much she annoyed him, they were in this together. No, I've always dreamed of the wood, but I only started hearing you a few years after that. I was young, though, and I don't remember exactly when it was. I have done nothing unusual recently. The dreams hadn't started until after Maleficent's curse, and Briar Rose had come some years later. The dreams were frustrating, but she terrified him, a person he didn't know who could hear everything he said so long as she was dreaming, and he could do nothing about it. He had no idea when she was listening or whom she could hear. Knowing her better would give him back some modicum of control over his life. He opened his mouth to ask her a question, but she beat him to it. "Do you think it's magic?" she asked. He snorted. "Magic? No, no one would use magic to do something as useless as this. Nothing good came from magic. Fairies might have gifted Princess Aurora beauty and song, but neither had done the girl any good. All they had given Phillip was a betrothed he never asked for and expectations. Then there was Maleficent. Gifts and curses didn't seem so different. But as much as he hoped his run-in with the thieves hadn't been magical, it was the only new thing to have happened in his life. They weren't connected to this, though. They couldn't be. She clucked her tongue against her teeth. "Well, I don't have the faintest clue about magic other than what I've read. I've never told anyone, except the animals, of course, about these dreams, but I've also never read any mention of anything like this. Nothing at all has changed in my life recently. Oh, unless you count one of my aunts going to town, but she does that sometimes. You're traveling with your friend, Johanna, aren't you? I do like her poetry." "You would," he mumbled. "Look, neither of us seems to know anything about magic or dreams, so how about we talk about our lives, finally, or take exceptionally quiet naps? Where's your favorite place you've traveled?" "Naps?" she asked, ignoring his other question. "In a dream?" "Naps." Briar Rose sighed. Phillip leaned back, hating the silence. They could finally talk to each other, and she didn't seem the least bit curious about him or interested in answering his questions. "But this has never happened before." Briar Rose made a sound like an angry fox. "Maybe this forest needs our help in real life." "Then go play hero," Phillip snapped, his patience gone. "Why does it matter, anyway?" She was quiet for a moment, and then said, "Maybe if we figure out why we're dreaming of each other, we can finally have real, restful dreams." Oh. She wanted to be rid of him. Good. Phillip couldn't fault her for that when he had wished for the same thing. "That's the first interesting thing you've ever said." He sat up and pushed his desire to know her out of his mind. "Well, thankfully, we'll find out soon enough if this is a permanent change or not," Briar Rose said. Phillip groaned. "No offense, but I'll be thankful if this is the last dream like this we ever have." "No offense?" she asked, and laughed. "We both know you said it with all offense possible." A hand gripped his shoulder, but when he looked, there was nothing there. His vision blurred. Her voice wavered. Someone in the real world was waking him up. "You said it, not me." "Remember that," said Phillip, closing his eyes and letting darkness wash over him. "I think this is it for me." Chapter 4. A Harsh Awakening. Phillip rolled away from the hand on his shoulder the moment he came to. His stiff, sore muscles tightened in protest, but his training took over. He raised his hands to defend himself and rose to his knees. Johanna and he knew better than to awaken each other like that. Something was wrong. "Johanna?" he called out. "We're not in danger," she said, voice coming from across the fire. "Probably." "Reassuring," he said, frantically trying to blink the sleep from his eyes. When they had gone to bed on opposite sides of the fire, they had been utterly alone except for Samson, Taliesin, and whatever other animals were creeping about the hills. Now, 3 women stood before him, each wearing a different vibrant color, orange, purple, and yellow, and the image drew up something uncomfortably familiar in the back of his mind. Phillip jumped up and rested his hand on the knife on his belt. Johanna stood behind the trio, and she inclined her head to the one in yellow. So that was who had awakened him. "Your caution is wise but unnecessary," she said. "My name is Eris, and my companions are 𝐏𝐵 and 𝐹𝐴. We are fairies." Fairies, the very word made him squeeze his eyes shut, take a deep breath, and look to ensure this wasn't a bad joke. But on each of their backs, fluttering and casting colored light across the grass like stained glass, were wings. Phillip clenched his teeth. He'd only had one experience with fairies, and it was not one he wanted to relive any time soon. "Why?" he asked. "Why are you here?" The words tasted as bitter as they sounded to him. "Here? It's where you are," the fairy Eris said. Her blonde hair was braided and bundled in a golden net over her ears, and Phillip wasn't sure how she could hear anything through it. She wore a gown that looked as if it had been woven from dandelion petals instead of wool, and she raised her hand to her mouth to cover a dimpled smile. "We've been sent to help you." "I don't want your help," said Phillip, cocking his head slightly. "Now you are being rude," snapped the one named 𝐵. She was the tallest of the fairies, and had thick red curls beneath a veil and wimple of deep purple cloth. "Your Highness," corrected Johanna. "Now you're being rude, Your Highness." Phillip grinned. He'd make sure she attained knighthood and finished whatever she was writing if it killed him. Eris cleared her throat. "Apologies," Eris said. "Human monarchies are so brief compared to our lifetimes, and it is quite hard to keep up with who is who sometimes. Fairies took an interest in only a few children every now and then, and Phillip hadn't been one of them. His father had asked for their favor, but they had refused without an explanation. Princess Aurora had been the first child blessed with a gift, much less 3, in a decade. The only reason fairies would seek Phillip out was if something was wrong with the hidden princess, because he knew, had been told over and over in word and deed, that he would never be as valuable as Princess Aurora. "You used magic recently, didn't you?" said Eris. Phillip froze. Johanna gasped behind the trio and mouthed, "I knew it." "No?" Phillip shook his head, ignoring his friend. "Can't say I did." There was a difference between magic having occurred during his fight with Sire, and Phillip himself having magic. If Phillip had magic, he would have known. Wouldn't he? "I told you this was a waste of time," hissed 𝐵, her skin flushing until her freckles vanished. The third one, 𝐹𝐴, was covered from head to toe in a shade of burnt orange that reminded Phillip of autumn leaves. She reached out from under her long veil and patted 𝐵's arm. "Nothing's a waste till we're dead, dear." Phillip was certain fairies didn't die naturally. "Well said." Eris laced her fingers together and rested her hands against her stomach. "Phillip, we know for a fact that you used magic, and you may make that face at me all you want, but it does not change the truth." Phillip snorted, unsure what face he was making. "Ever since your magic made itself known, we have been tracking it, and you," the fairy continued. Phillip shook his head. What Eris was saying made no sense. Maybe he was hallucinating. Maybe his father had knocked him out and was dragging his unconscious body to his wedding in 𝐼𝐴, and Briar Rose and these fairies were just figments of his imagination. But no matter how hard Phillip pinched himself, the scene before him remained the same. It was a mistake. It had to be. If there had been magic at play during his fight with the thieves, it had to be because someone nearby had come into their power, and the fairies had incorrectly assumed it was Phillip. "I don't have magic," he finally said. "Really, boy?" Peanut asked, staring at him through narrowed eyes. "What part of what we are saying is too abstruse for you?" "Peanut, if you have no faith in our plan, then you are more than welcome to leave and return to what you were doing before," Eris said, blue eyes cutting to her. Peanut inclined her head, and Eris turned back to Phillip. "Forgive her, teaching is not her usual role, and time is of the essence." "I told you." Johanna slipped between the fairies, a bit more forceful with Peanut than necessary, and grabbed Phillip's arm. "It was magic. This is fantastic." They couldn't be right, because Johanna would never let him live this down. "Don't take this the wrong way, but can you prove that I have magic?" he asked. Johanna rolled her eyes. Peanut inhaled and made a twirling gesture with her fingers. Each of the fairies' wings disappeared in a little puff of acrid smoke that cleared almost instantly. With another gesture, the wings reappeared. "We're fairies," said Eris. "We don't make mistakes when it comes to magic." Phillip swallowed. Their wings were undeniable proof of their power. "Let's sit, shall we?" asked Eris. "And we'll explain." Phillip and Johanna sat on his bedroll. Frike plopped down where she stood, spreading her gown around herself. The horses were agitated, watching with their ears pricked back from their spot at the edge of camp, and Samson snorted when Eris pulled out a long wand of orange alder. She twirled it, magic raining down upon the grass. The blades grew and twisted into a small stool. Peanut remained standing with her arms crossed over her chest. "We've been sent to train you before Maleficent and her allies notice your abilities." "Sent by who?" Phillip asked. "The other fairies. There are very few humans capable of using magic, and there are none allied with fairies against Maleficent," Eris said. "Frankly, your having magic provides us with an opportunity we would not otherwise have. When we sensed your magic awakening, we knew that someone must find you and train you. It was decided that the someone needed to be the three of us." "But why now?" he asked slowly. "I've been around fairies before. Surely, they would have noticed if I had some sort of power." "Merryweather and her ilk are quite short-sighted," said Peanut. "They would not have registered it because it was dormant in you," Eris said. "Magic can manifest for a number of reasons, and it is not fully understood why it does this in humans, since you are not inherently magical animals. We need to know what happened to determine what sort of magic you possess." "He pushed a thief away from him using the wind," Johanna said. "Punched him, and the man went flying. Then a bunch of grass and branches tied him up." "Tied up is a bit of a stretch," muttered Phillip. Eris grinned. "So you used nature magic, calling the wind and plants to your aid?" "Excellent. That is a good type of magic to start with." For the first time in a very long while, Phillip had no sardonic deflection or desire to even use one. It was too hard to believe and too good to be true. A yawning ache bloomed in his chest, as though a hole that had always been in his heart was at last threatening to fill. "It might have only been the wind," he said, but it sounded hollow even to him. "It was the wind, but your magic is what called up such a strong gust," said Eris. She held out her hand to him, palm up. "Phillip, I promise, you have magic. If you didn't, we wouldn't have been able to find you." Phillip took a deep breath, hope burning behind his eyes like some unwelcome grief. No matter how often he tried to steel himself against hope, the idea of possessing something separate from his father was too tempting. How do I know you are telling the truth and aren't working for Maleficent? We're born with magic, you know, but it changes as we do, 𝐏𝐸𝐾𝐫 said, and gestured for him to take her hand. Intense what matters. Only good fairies can heal. If a heart were to harden, the ability would fade. It was true that evil fairies couldn't use healing magic. Even Philip knew that from the stories passed down to him as a kid. It was for the same reason good fairies couldn't summon dragon fire like Maleficent could. Evil fairies weren't born. Children didn't just develop evil magic. They had to seek it out and really mean the magic they used. Ill magic required ill intentions, and casting it had consequences, like losing the ability to heal. Hopefully, this will be enough to prove our commitment to humanity, said Eris. 𝐏𝐸𝐾𝐫, go ahead. 𝐏𝐸𝐾𝐫's hands were clammy, and she ran her thumb across one of the yellow bruises on Philip's knuckles. A scent like wet earth or a damp cave crept over him, and she ran her thumb over the bruise a second time. It faded slowly until his skin looked as it normally did. Philip took his hand back and prodded the spot. It still hurt. The pain will be gone soon, said 𝐏𝐸𝐾𝐫, patting his hand. Even with magic, healing's slow. So you are who you say you are, Philip said, and Johanna stiffened next to him. She knew him too well to think he would give in so easily. Me having magic is far more of a stretch though. Eris smiled. Is there a demonstration that will make you believe in yourself? There wasn't, but he couldn't say that. You are not used to magic and are not trained, she said softly, as if she knew exactly what he was thinking. You may not be able to use your magic effortlessly yet, so this may not work, but hold out your hand over the grass and imagine it curling around your finger. He did. Philip thought of a single blade twisting around his finger like a snake's tail. Briar Rose had a snake she talked to sometimes, a small thing that liked sunning itself where she washed her clothes. He pictured not his hand but hers. Flick, as she called him, often curled around her like a bracelet. Agonizingly slowly, a single blade of grass grasped at his thumb and wrapped around it. Philip stilled. Well, Eris said softly, would you look at that? The strange ache deep in his chest grew, and Philip yanked his hand back. There had to be some sort of trap here. A sword poised to fall on him if he said or did the wrong thing. So much of his life was already set, and now he had magic, a new complication and responsibility. He would have to train again, whether he wanted to or not. He would have to reckon with what magic meant and how everyone else would want to use him for it. That was what it was, another way for him to be used. All of his hopes soured into dread. So what if I have magic? Asked Philip. Why must I be trained? There are only two armaments capable of countering fairy magic and killing us, the Sword of Truth and the Shield of Virtue. They were designed to be used against us centuries ago, so we fairies cannot touch them, and even summoning them requires either immense power or purely good intent. Though we have known where they are for over a decade, retrieving them has always been impossible because it would require a human with magic, Eris said, pointing at Philip. Magic in humans is exceedingly rare, and it is even rarer for those humans to survive long enough and learn enough magic to be considered a wizard. Given the falling out your father had with his last court wizard, you are now the only human with magic allied with 𝐼𝐒 and 𝐼𝐿. You are the only person who can retrieve the sword and shield. You are the only person who can truly defeat Maleficent once and for all. Philip shook his head. If Maleficent can only be defeated using the sword and shield, why were King Stefan and my father so confident that we could save the princess without them? Isn't that the whole point of her being in hiding? If Maleficent can't find her, she can't curse her. The issue with humans is their short-sightedness, said Eris. Even if the princess makes it to her birthday, she won't be safe forever. Without those arms, humans will be locked in a war with Maleficent for decades, because she'll stop at nothing to kill that girl and get her revenge. The kings are content to hold Maleficent off, but why hold her off when the opportunity to defeat her is right there? Prior to this, you were to be Princess Aurora's protector, but with the sword and shield, you would be Maleficent's ruin, Peanut added. Why be a mere guard for a lifetime when you can be a hero as well? He preferred his odds as Aurora's guardian rather than as Maleficent's sole opponent. Hiding and protecting he knew he could do. He didn't know if he would ever be good enough at magic to defeat Maleficent. We would train you in how to use your magic so that you could retrieve the sword and shield, then in how to use them against Maleficent. Eris's gaze flicked from him to Johanna. We have just 20 days to do so, but so long as you have the arms, it should be enough to defeat Maleficent. The sapling of excitement that had been growing in his chest immediately withered. I'm not interested, Phillip said. We can stick to the original plan. What? Peanut asked. Johanna closed her eyes and sighed. Phillip, you could defeat Maleficent once and for all. Maybe I could, he said. The thing is, I don't care. Where had they been when he was a child? This gift they offered him now, teaching him to use magic, was purely for Princess Aurora's benefit. It wasn't a gift, it was another leash. But you have to learn magic. Peanut loomed over him, the air around her warming. You are a knight. Prince Phillip, Princess Aurora's protector and betrothed. You have to learn magic for her. Always for her and never for myself, said Phillip. If you're trying to woo me with glory, I'm not interested. Peanut threw up her arms and walked away. Johanna touched Philip's arm. Phillip, you should reconsider this, she whispered. Look, said Phillip. I will marry the princess, I will protect her, but I will not sacrifice my last days before I am eternally bound to her for something that will solely benefit her. He knew that Maleficent was a threat to everyone. She was dangerous and hadn't hesitated to plunge the world into war last time she'd attacked, but she had been beaten back by his father's and King Stephen's armies. She could be again. But there was no possible way that Phillip alone, magic or not, could defeat her. The chance of him even getting close to that was so astronomically low it was laughable. Sure, it was selfish, but it was also his life. It was better he take a few weeks of freedom and the sure thing of protecting the princess for most of his life than he sacrificed these weeks for a long shot. Are you not a knight? Peanut rounded on him, and her wings fluttered behind her. Where is your sense of honor and duty? Forgot to pack it. Phillip shrugged. Eris tilted her head to the side. You're serious, aren't you? It happens rarely, so treasure it, he said. He rose, brushed off his hands, and gestured for them to leave. I'm terribly sorry you came all this way, but I must refuse. Safe travels. Peanut opened her mouth, and Eris raised a hand. Softly, she said, the world has done quite a number on you, hasn't it? Phillip winced. Was it so wrong for him to want to enjoy his life instead of throwing it away? He couldn't defeat Maleficent. Why waste time trying? He is about to do a number on it. Peanut sniffed and sneered. Hypocritical and selfish is what it is. Without heroes, there's only fear, said 𝐓𝐿𝐴. I'm not a hero, said Phillip, avoiding Johanna's gaze. I will not force myself into a role I will never be able to live up to. We've all got shoes to fill, said 𝐓𝐿𝐴. You've got to step into them. I would rather cut off my own feet. He ran his tongue over his teeth. It had taken hundreds of thousands of soldiers to defeat Maleficent last time. He was only one person. We're done here. I'm sorry you're leaving disappointed. Eris stood, and her magic withered into the grass. No, you're not, but leave we shall. Peanut and Frankie stepped away, their forms shrinking. They grew smaller and smaller until they were merely motes of light, and only Eris remained, looming even though she came up only to his nose. Phillip inclined his head to her. I hope you master your magic before it grows too powerful. She flicked her wand, and a carnation tucked itself into the pocket of Johanna's tunic. Good luck, Phillip. He looked away from her downcast face, and she vanished, leaving only the faint scent of autumn air and yellow carnation. Chapter 5. So fair and foul a day. There was no going back to sleep after the fairies left. So Phillip tended to the horses while Johanna glared and softened some bread to eat. If we've always needed the sword and shield, why didn't my father or King Stefan figure out a way to get them sooner? Phillip asked Samson, brushing him down. As much as he wanted to forget the fairies' warnings, he couldn't stop thinking about magic, Maleficent, and the armaments. I knew Father and our old court wizard fought, but surely there's someone out there somewhere who could help. His father had never told anyone why he'd fought with the wizard though, and that was troubling. It was unfathomable to him that his father and King Stefan didn't know about the armaments, where they were, or how to get them, but this wasn't just about him. Maleficent was dangerous, and defeating her would save thousands of lives. It worried Phillip. But what was it his father had said? Stefan and I have got plans for Maleficent. Nothing for you to worry about. If that's what he wants, I won't worry, muttered Phillip under his breath. About anything. Samson shook Phillip off and nosed his way into Phillip's pocket, huffing when he found it empty. Fine, I'll worry about you, said Phillip, and he moved to prepare Taliesin for travel. And you? Not necessary, Johanna said behind him. I can do that. Come eat. Phillip made a face at the chestnut courser and avoided turning to look at Johanna. Is there anything else you want to do before the princess's birthday? Asked Johanna, holding out a chunk of brown bread hollowed and stuffed with a boiled egg. It was a bribe. She always offered him food and a conversation topic he liked before bringing up the things he didn't. Phillip took the offering but rolled his eyes. You tell everyone I died in a magical accident, and I gallivant off to live my life? Phillip, she said, and closed her eyes, but he knew she was rolling them. We have to head south if we're to reach All-Tor in time for Princess Aurora's return, he said flatly. If we hurry, we should be able to see the lavender fields down south. The lavender fields were one of Artwine's prides, wild hills of pale violet that perfumed the air for leagues. Phillip had never seen them, though he had used plenty of soaps and tinctures derived from the flowers plucked there, but Briar Rose had visited them years ago. Upon returning, she had described the fields in such enticing detail to her animals that Phillip had listened through the thorn wall in rare rapture. They had sounded so free and delicate, two things he'd never been. He'd wanted to stand where she had and breathe in the fragrant air for himself ever since. Johanna shook her head. Are you really going to ignore everything the fairies said? Yap. He gestured at their small camp. Tell me what you're writing, and I'll consider listening to you. Absolutely not, she said, and flushed. This isn't a game you can shrug off when you lose, Phillip. This is people's lives, and magic could save them. You think I don't know that? Asked Phillip, tone sharper than he'd ever taken with her. I've been training my whole life to protect Princess Aurora. I know exactly what's at stake. Dawn to dawn, Phillip had trained to be a knight. It had started the moment his father and he had returned from the princess's christening. He had been younger and smaller than every other page, but he had done it. He had thought there would be some sort of respite or praise at the end. There wasn't. There had only ever been more training and more ways to disappoint his father. King Stefan and my father have been planning for Maleficent's return for over a decade. Princess Aurora is almost certainly not going to fall victim to the curse, given how carefully plotted out the next month is, and they've been watching the Forbidden Mountain since Maleficent retreated there. Maleficent's not out to conquer, she's out for vengeance against the people who stopped her all those years ago. When she realizes that Princess Aurora has avoided her curse, she'll try to kill the princess, said Phillip. Last time, Maleficent's army of enchanted minions had taken her years to create, and King Stefan was certain she hadn't had the power or time to create another army as large. Philip's father always said the curse would be Maleficent's final move, one last strike from her death throes. She didn't have the power or desire to go to war with the human kingdoms again. She simply wanted revenge. That is why I have spent my entire life training to protect Princess Aurora, to protect her from Maleficent once it's clear the curse can't claim her, he continued. I know I'm not a match for Maleficent alone, but what can she do against me plus 2 whole kingdoms fully prepared for her assassination attempts? You're missing the forest for the trees, 𝐏𝐼𝐺 said, throwing up her hands. If Maleficent can get away with cursing Princess Aurora, what can she do to the rest of us if something goes wrong? Most of the world doesn't have the princess's status, magic, or money. If she can go after a royal, then she can do unspeakable things to everyone else. But if you defeat her outright, then there's still hope. If you are the only person capable of getting the sword and shield, why not try? It's not that I don't want to ensure people aren't in danger, but I just want these last days of mine to be mine and mine alone, because soon my entire life will be about Princess Aurora. Phillip took a deep breath, covering his mouth with a hand. It wasn't her fault, and as his squire, she couldn't disagree too much with him, but she had never dismissed his circumstances so casually before. You shouldn't think like that, said 𝐏𝐼𝐺, but you cannot ignore the fact that if the fairies are right, you alone can defeat Maleficent for good. At the very least you should be concerned about having magic. If you don't get that under control, who knows what could happen? It was tempting to be the hero he had dreamed of as a child, but it was too much too soon. One person rarely makes a difference, he muttered, but thank you for being worried about me. I always worry about you. You're a disaster. She made a small noise in the back of her throat and shifted. I didn't realize you felt so trapped. Trapped is a tame way to describe how I feel, but you were right about the magic. I have to do something about that, but not today, 𝐏𝐼𝐺, please, he said, and sighed. Do you think I'd make a good wizard? You just ranted about not wanting magic. 𝐏𝐼𝐺 rolled her eyes. You are changeable like the moon, ever waxing and waning and whining. Stop that, Phillip said, and lunged for her. That's my least favorite of your poems, and the moon doesn't whine. Then why does it run away every morning? She asked, and darted up and away from him. I wasn't aware you listened to my recitations. He quite liked them. I suffer through them, he said. It's better for my self-esteem than listening to your advice. Fate. Monstrous and empty, you whirling wheel, she cried, and raised her arms. You are malevolent. We're fighting. I'm going to throw you into the first river we find and let the fish have you, Phillip said, going to their packs and tossing her sheathed sword to her. You know I prefer the ones where knights marry heartbreak or become trees. But he was smiling and laughing and felt altogether far less gloomy than he had. Black hair loose and wild in the wind, sword raised, and dark eyes bright, 𝐏𝐼𝐺 looked like one of the knights she always wrote about, and Phillip wished he could show her how the world saw her. I refuse to be the 𝐏𝐫𝐢𝐧𝐬. Johanna beckoned for him to attack. Stop moping and fight me. He grabbed his sword. I've never moped a day in my life. Philip always won their spars. Usually, 50-50. Of course not, Your Highness, said Johanna, striking out toward his right thigh. Philip parried and thrust, the screech of steel against steel ringing in his ears. They moved easily through the old dance they'd both learned as pages, and Philip's head cleared as he focused on the steps. Block lower right, block lower left, sweep lower left, sweep lower right, parry a strike at his chest. He had been doing the same moves since he was young. The unease of the day seeped out of him. He had been prickly today, hadn't he? It was hardly his fault. He had gotten no rest since he'd spent his sleep dealing with Briar Rose and their new situation. Even if the fairies hadn't woken him up and ruined his day, he would have been annoyed and exhausted. So it was really all Briar Rose's fault. Philip had too much happening in his life to worry about her, too, and it was entirely unfair that she was this annoying when she wasn't even around. You're hesitating, Johanna said, and tapped her hilt with a finger. You never hesitate. I'm trying not to think, he said, and lunged as fast as he could. Johanna dragged her blade up just in time, stumbling to the side. He shouldn't have had so much trouble in the fight with the thieves, given all his training. It had been foolish to go empty-handed, but he had severely underestimated them and the storm. He'd been in tougher scrapes before, and if he was going to survive the next few years, he needed to be better. Maybe he should. Johanna twisted her wrist, her blade scraping past Philip's, and nicked his cheek. Panic struck him like lightning. Philip lunged out with his empty hand and caught nothing. He saw Johanna's mouth open as she said something, but her voice warbled in his ears and his vision blurred, as if he were suddenly underwater. He tripped and smacked into the ground hard, biting his tongue. Philip groaned and rubbed his jaw. Johanna? He asked, and looked up. Vines, dozens upon dozens of spine-covered vines the same sickly purple shade as foxglove flowers, twisted around Johanna. She struggled to yank one from around her throat and gasped for air. Philip leapt to his feet. Hang on. He plunged his hands into the vines without thought and tried to tear them, but they grew faster than he could rip them. Spines split his skin. Let her go. Stop this, he choked out. He pulled his dagger from his belt and began cutting. But they regrew threefold. Philip screamed, too horrified to think straight. He wedged his hands between her neck and the vines and tried to give her space to breath. Johanna gulped down the air. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, he said. I don't know what to do. Philip's hands were crushed against her throat. The skin around her mouth was paling to an ashy brownish gray. Move. The shout came out of nowhere, and Philip spun around. Eris, Pina, and Frike descended on the wind with pinched, drawn faces. I don't know what. Philip scrambled out of the way as Eris approached. Of course you don't know what to do, said Eris, and magic spilled from her wand. You haven't been taught. The vines engulfing Johanna began to recede. Johanna grabbed her throat and took a shuddering breath. Eris kept on muttering, magic flowing from her like rain, and each small speck of light that touched the vines made them flinch. Pain prickled across Philip's hands, and he brought them closer to his face. His blood was flowing back into the wounds and the skin healing as if it had never been cut at all. Soon, the only evidence of the accident was Johanna's heavy breathing. There you go, dear, said Frike, lifting up her veil and squinting at Johanna's throat with narrowed brown eyes. Let me see what we're working against. She laid her hands against Johanna's throat, and Johanna's breathing slowly steadied. Pina glared down her nose at Philip. "You are lucky we were still nearby." They walked Johanna to Taliesin and let her rest against her courser. Philip stayed where he was, too scared to get close. "The magic wasn't at all like that before," he said. "I didn't do anything like that." "You're untrained and your magic has just awakened," said Eris. "It will be unpredictable until you master it, especially nature magic. It requires great power and control." Laughing hollowly, Pina said, "And you, your highness, lack both in regard to magic right now." Phrike stood, ambling over to Philip. She took his hands in hers and studied the repaired skin. "Good. Good. Thank you," he whispered, and flexed his fingers. The wounds hadn't even left scars, but the pain lingered as if they were still there. "I am sorry, Johanna," Eris said, and bowed her head to the girl. "And to you as well, Philip. My warning was insufficient." Philip hadn't been afraid when the fairies mentioned his power getting out of control. Hurting himself wasn't as terrifying as hurting someone else, especially Johanna. He hadn't even considered what might happen to Princess Aurora if he didn't train his magic. She'd been a concept, an abstract annoyance he hated considering, and that wasn't better than how his father saw him. The damage he could do to her hadn't felt real, but seeing the potential now was terrible. Given how much time he would soon spend with her, she would get hurt if this happened again. She was a person, not a problem, and he could kill her. Philip looked at the gouges in the grass where Johanna had fought to stay on her feet. Panic rose like bile in his throat. "She'll be all right, won't she?" he asked the fairies. "I'm fine." "Stop talking around me and come here," Johanna said, voice cracking. She waited for Philip to sit before her. "We are fine so long as you never do that again." She flicked his nose between each word. Philip hugged her waist and avoided her neck. "I'm sorry. You tried to tear magical thorny vines away from me with your bare hands." "We're fine," she muttered. "Good story though." He laughed and pulled away. "You're welcome for that, then." "You're more powerful than we thought," said Eris, coming to sit with them. "If you are not trained, your magic will break free." "I'm a danger to everyone around me, you mean," Philip said. He stared down at his unscarred, clean hands and closed his eyes. Johanna's desperate breaths rang in his head. Their mingling blood had been so warm on his hands. And Eris had erased all of that fear with a wave of her wand. As selfish as he wanted to be, he couldn't hurt anyone like that ever again. He had always been careless, but he didn't want to find out how easily he could become a monster. "I'll train with you," he said, releasing a long and tired breath. "I'll retrieve the sword and shield. Just teach me how to ensure this never happens again." "Excellent," Eris said with a smile, and she shushed Phrike's small whoop. "I think this is best for all of us." Phrike quieted and said, "And to be celebrated." "I want you to promise me that no harm will come to Johanna," Philip said, ignoring her disgruntled look at being talked about as if she weren't there. "I can't hurt her." "You can't hurt her. Samson can't hurt her. Promise me." Fairies couldn't break promises, and Philip could never allow this to happen again. "Promise you? You want to make a deal with me?" Eris's smile took a moment to settle into place, and she offered him her hand, magic glittering at the tips of her fingers. "You have my word. We will not hurt Johanna." A prickle of something swept over Philip, and he shivered as they shook hands. "The deal is done," she said. "We'll begin immediately." Chapter 6. Hedge Witch. The word immediately had a different meaning to fairies. Philip had expected a step-by-step plan for his magical training. Instead, Eris fluttered about, human-sized but still gliding across the grass, muttering about his and Johanna's apparently insufficient camp setup. She pulled out a wand from the bell sleeves of her dress and swished it over her head. The nearby trees creaked and groaned, tilting over the little clearing until they formed a roof of leaves and branches. Philip shuddered. Why was it always plants? 𝐓𝐴 stayed near Johanna and helped her move through a series of painful-looking stretches to keep the muscles of her neck from getting stiff. What? Philip rubbed the back of his neck and looked around. What should I be doing? Pina, arranging several newly formed magical stools that looked like they wouldn't hold up under anyone other than a fairy, glanced at him over her shoulder with wide eyes. Watch us, Eris said quickly. Witness the ease with which we call upon our magic. Philip observed the fairies for a few minutes as they continued to wave their wands and make changes to the campsite. They didn't mutter any spells or do any intricate gestures other than waving their wands here and there. Magic didn't look so hard when they did it. You said I developed magic, but you never told me how, said Philip. Pina looked to Eris, and Eris said, your capacity for doing magic likely always existed. The source of your magic is likely the result of a forgotten gift, as in, one of your ancestors was gifted magic, not a physical gift, that was awakened by circumstance, like your fight with those thieves. Philip remembered the stories his father told him about his ancestors. He was sure if there had been a wizard on his father's side of the family, he would have heard about it, but maybe his mother had an old relative with magic that she had never gotten the chance to tell them about. Philip supposed there was no way of knowing now. I've been in fights before, said Philip. Why didn't it show itself then? Unfortunately, until we learn more about your magic, I can't say for sure why it made itself known that night, Eris said. Now, do you see how we channel our magic? Eris twirled her wand in a graceful, flowing gesture. Her magic was a pale yellow glint in the air, flickering around the tent still packed atop Samson's back. Samson snorted and stamped, spinning in a circle to see what was happening above him, and a thick branch removed the tent from the pack. The magic encircled the wood in a pale gold glow, and the branch moved like a finger. Slowly, it set up the tent. Fairies focus magic through wands from trees that sprouted the same day we were born. This allows us to call up or stop our magic at will. You will be unable to do that since you are human. A wizard's power usually comes from a staff, or is tied to it in some way, but you have no such source or tie, and we do not have the time to craft one. You will have to use your magic differently if you are going to steal the Sword of Truth and Shield of Virtue. Eris gestured for Philip to sit on one of the summoned stools. What did you feel when your magic first appeared during your fight with those thieves? Philip raised one shoulder. Nothing. It just happened. Likely, he is too unfamiliar with the feeling to identify it, said Pina to Eris, summoning fire from her wand with a quick swish. The flames crackled in the pit between them, and she shooed Eris to a stool. This was your idea, so you are in the lead. I will help 𝐓𝐴 with the girl and then finish making this place. She glanced around at the clearing and drew in a shallow breath, livable. How kind of you, Eris said, the right side of her mouth quirking up. Now, Philip, when you are in the water, do you feel every tide, small and large, or do you only notice that they were there once you've left the water? Pina flew away, and Philip tried to focus on Eris. I notice them after, unless they're strong, he said. So I guess I need to learn what my magic feels like and then I can master it? Just so, Eris said, and smiled. She fluffed out the long skirts of her dress, the fabric spilling across the grass like honey, and adjusted herself so that they could speak without the others overhearing. Magic is about belief and intuition. You must trust that what you are feeling is your magic and believe in yourself in order to utilize it. Philip groaned. If I believe I can, I can? Don't be impertinent, 𝐏𝐻𝐿 said. If you believe you can touch fire and not be burned, you can't. If you believe you can touch fire and your magic will stop you from being burned, you can. See the difference? Not really. I suppose, he said. The difference is that magic is not like a sword. It requires training, but its presence is often enough to allow for small workings, like the nature magic you used against Johanna. Philip nodded. When you imagine things, do you see them happening in your mind? She asked. Philip nodded again. Daydreaming was one of the only ways he had survived his time as a squire. That's how magic works, said 𝐏𝐻𝐿. You must imagine what you want your magic to do. This can cause issues. Do you see what those issues could be? Not knowing what you want? Philip asked. He had wanted Sire and Johanna to get away from him both times, and his magic had done that, even if he hated how it had accomplished it. Exactly, 𝐏𝐻𝐿 said, and clapped once. Which brings us back to belief. If you do not believe you can do something, how can you even imagine it? If you don't trust yourself to know what you want, then you can't imagine anything at all, can you? What 𝐏𝐻𝐿 described felt distant and unobtainable. If Philip never improved, was it because he didn't believe in himself or because something else was wrong? Sword fighting, at least, allowed you to know when you were getting better. Writing had visible results. Do you know what you want from life, Philip? 𝐏𝐻𝐿 asked, seeming to sense his doubt. Philip startled. No one had ever asked him that, not once in all his years of training and talking about the future. They assumed he wanted what his father had decided for him or that he was willing to cast aside everything for what was needed. Worse, he worried they didn't even consider him a whole person with wants of his own. He couldn't even think of one goal he had solely for himself. I don't know, he said, trying to sort out the odd feeling the question dredged up in him. 𝐏𝐻𝐿's brows pinched together. Oh. Well, think on it. Magic needs a person to trust themselves. It requires a confidence most do not have. I am very good at magic. That is not egotism. That is fact. I am good at magic because I trust that I am good enough to do what I want and that what I want is right. Philip swallowed and fiddled with a long blade of grass. Have you always known what you wanted to do with your life? Oh, no. I was a little monster as a child. Bright-eyed and eager but with no conviction to do what was necessary to achieve my goals, 𝐏𝐻𝐿 said, and laughed, a loud and unrestrained sound that couldn't have been anything other than sincere. I had a mentor that set me straight. Unfortunately, I don't have decades to help you figure out what you want from your life. A feeling Philip couldn't place bloomed low in his stomach. It was light and fluttering, and it was almost hopeful. If 𝐏𝐻𝐿 had been a monster and sorted it all out, surely he could? We have 20 days. 20 days until Maleficent's curse, yes, said 𝐏𝐻𝐿. But I want you to think about yourself. Do you trust yourself? Do you believe in yourself? And just like before, Philip couldn't rightly answer. Knights followed orders and trusted in their superiors enough to lead on their behalf, and they had to be certain of their orders so as to undertake them without thought. They served and believed in the king. Philip might have been the prince, but he was still beholden to his father. He hadn't trusted the demands made of him in years. However, trusting no one else didn't mean he trusted himself. 𝐏𝐻𝐿 had known him for only half a day and had already cut to the heart of him. Don't tell me now, 𝐏𝐻𝐿 said, and stood. Her hand came to rest on his shoulder. Think about it. Think about what makes you believe someone knows what they're doing. Think about where your confidence comes from. As we move through your training, we will test you to make sure you have progressed appropriately. If your confidence falters, you will not pass. Phillip sighed. He had done many things he hated in his life, but considering himself was the worst one. It was like looking into a mirror, but the mirror could talk back. He didn't want to think about what he wanted in case he could never have it. All he could think about was the rustle of the leaves in the trees, the brush of the breeze gliding through his hair, and the sharp scent of the pines. The sky was a drowning blue, dusk crowning the lingering clouds with a dark violet. A yawn cracked open his jaws. Perhaps I was hasty, said Eris, drawing his attention. She patted his shoulder. You have had a trying time, and you likely need your rest before we truly begin to train. Thank you, Phillip said. I think my mind will be clearer tomorrow. Maybe he would wake up and this would all have been a dream. Phillip was looking forward to the void of sleep, to closing his eyes and opening them to the bright morning, having slept away the exhaustion without being any the wiser to it. He hoped Briar Rose might have already uncovered a way to stop their shared dreaming. He wouldn't put it past her to make demands upon their shared nightmare. Once, she had shushed a rooster while she was trying to read. Worse, the rooster had quieted. He opened one eye. A lush green tapestry rippled above him, the smoky evening sky peeking through the cracks in the leaves. The scent of damp earth washed over Phillip, and he stretched before standing. Cracking his bare toes against a mossy log, he looked around. This dream was different. The dream wood had changed. Gone were the never-ending trees and towering thorn wall. Instead, there were hedges twice his height that writhed with thorny vines, and he was in a thin gap between two of them. Before him, the path veered left and right. Behind him, it turned right. A maze, one that went on for as far as he could see. Really? He asked. Now I have things to do in my dreams? A soft laugh drifted over one of the maze walls. You don't have to do anything, you know. Sitting where you are and doing nothing is an option. You're good at that. Phillip flinched. Usually when he was dreaming, there was no one around to judge his comments. It was one of the rare times he knew for sure he wasn't being listened to or observed either by Johanna, his father and tutors, or Briar Rose. Now, he didn't even have privacy in his dreams. Not if you're here, he said, not bothering to hide his annoyance. I take it you're in a maze, too? I think so. I haven't had a chance to look around. Briar Rose yawned. Yes, there are 3 paths before me. First we could talk, now we're in a maze. Something's changed. Has anything new happened to you? I couldn't say that it has, said Phillip, studying his nails. From Briar Rose's question, he assumed she hadn't overheard what had been happening to him in the real world, and he wasn't about to offer it to her. He wasn't even sure what to think about his magic yet. He didn't need her opinions on it. Has anything in your life changed? She exhaled softly but did not answer. Phillip crept toward the wall he could hear her through. Briar Rose, he exclaimed in mock shock. We are trapped in this mystery together, and you're withholding information? I am not. She sniffed. He liked to imagine what she looked like when she talked. She did it so often that he had no other choice. She gestured endlessly in his mind, twirling her hands as she explained things she had learned to her goat or rabbits, tapping her finger against her lip as she thought about what to say next. It was almost cute. save for the frustratingly mysterious circumstances that kept trapping them together. Nothing out of the ordinary is happening with me, she said slowly. I just had a disagreement with my aunts. It's nothing. I can't imagine why anyone would ever disagree with you, since you are always so pleasant to be around, said Phillip. Getting her to complain would keep her from realizing he wasn't being truthful about his circumstances. He could practically hear her rolling her eyes. I don't disagree with my aunts often. Because they always agree with you. Phillip cracked his neck and slowly walked toward the split path ahead of him. They once let you take a break from studying for a whole week just because you asked. It had been the week of Phillip's first tournament, and he had wanted nothing more than to sleep for longer than 4 hours uninterrupted. Do you think we can peek through the walls? Briar Rose asked. No, he said quickly. The leaves and vines making up the walls of this new maze moved continuously, like snakes twisting in a nest. Given the nature of the old thorn wall, I don't trust them. Still, she said. Nothing to lose by trying. Phillip hated that she was right. They were dreaming, so they couldn't actually get hurt, and they needed to figure out why this was happening to them sooner rather than later. If she hadn't mentioned it, he probably would have done it, but he disliked that she had suggested it first. Might lose a finger, Phillip muttered, but neared the wall. He wiped his face and brushed the dirt from his clothes, but given the wildness of the day, he wasn't sure what he looked like, even in the dream. He didn't want to look horrible the first time Briar Rose saw him though. The hedges were all identical enough, taller than him, dense with leaves and vines, and seemingly alive. They reminded Phillip more of the thorn wall than of the old dream forest, and he tried to peek through the one between Briar Rose and him. The vines snapped shut. All he got was a flash of pale gold, like a sunrise reflected in a rippling pool, on the other side. No, don't touch the walls, he said, and prodded one of the vines. It unfurled, thorns gnashing together, toward him. I am not in the mood tonight, Prickly. Are you talking to the wall? Briar Rose asked in an amused drawl. Phillip sniffed and brushed a hand through his hair. It's a popular pastime where I'm from, I assure you. She laughed in response, and he found himself smiling. So this is definitely a maze. Do you think we're in the same one, or in mirrored mazes? She asked. It was almost endearing how focused she was on fixing this. She couldn't let anything rest, not the mystery of this maze or who had stolen her custard tarts. He admired, though he'd never admit it, how tenaciously she went after what she needed. There was no goal too lofty for Briar Rose. He had never been like that. He wished he were. If it's mirrored, then I should be able to turn left and abandon you, he said, walking down the leftward path. I wish, she said. Phillip could hear the smile in her voice. A pity, then, I must deny your wish. Phillip smirked, pleased when he turned left, and her voice continued to come from over the wall to his right despite that defying all reason. Here's my major question, what's at the end? What do you mean? Labyrinths all have ends, centers or escapes, so what's at the end of this one? He asked, peeking around the corner before him. There was only more hedge in both directions. What's the prize? I don't think it's a labyrinth, said Briar Rose slowly. Labyrinths are universal. It would be difficult for us to be in the same labyrinth and not know it. That means there's only one path, by the way. Oh, so one path to the outside of the labyrinth we're in. Got it. He knew she knew that he knew what a labyrinth was, and what universal meant, and he didn't care for it one bit. Forgive me, she said. I've caught you skipping so many lessons in my dreams that I can't remember which ones I overheard you attending. That squashed Philip's growing affection for her. He stomped down his path. He had been a good student, always listening and obeying and exhausting himself in the pursuit of perfection, until about 13. It was an unspoken agreement among the pages, neglect in their health to be better students, and tired eyes were as much a badge of honor as making it to squire. He'd been younger than everyone, and there he'd been competing to be the best. He had to be the best, unless he wanted to be the prince who couldn't cut it as a knight. It didn't matter that he was younger and smaller. He was to be Princess Aurora's protector, so he had to train far longer than everyone else. His life had been nothing but not quite there and could always learn a bit more. And he had tried, really tried, until his first tournament. I hope the end of this maze rids me of you forever. Don't be rude, she replied. He ground his teeth together. Then don't pretend you know me. Philip took off down the left-hand path. It should have led him away from her, far out of earshot and hopefully toward whatever was at the end of this. It would have been different if he could have spoken directly to Briar Rose before, but she had possibly heard so many of his worst moments, his vulnerable moments, and his moments that should have been only for him. It had all been one-sided, and he didn't fully know what all she had seen. His lessons had certainly figured into her dreams, given what she had said. Had she seen only the worst of him? Philip stopped and took a breath. Had he seen only the worst of her? Briar Rose, he called out. Can you still hear me? I know you walked away, but it still sounds like you're right next to me, she said, and he could hear her easily despite the thick thorn wall and her quiet tone. I moved as far as I could from the wall I thought was separating us as well. Of course she had ignored his outburst and was still trying to solve this. Architecture in dreams never makes sense normally, according to Johanna, so this isn't too much of a surprise, said Philip. It was probably his fault they were in this mess, not that he would ever admit that. This maze is going to be a problem. It's already exhausting to go to sleep expecting rest and suddenly having to listen to the emotional turmoil being wrought upon a stranger who you can never help, even if you know exactly what they need. She sighed. I'm sorry. You're just off traveling, and that's all I want right now. Philip froze. You wanted to help me? He asked quietly. Of course. You sounded so sad. Well, he hated when she put it like that, but she didn't sound like she was lying. She sounded like she cared. Briar Rose scoffed. Look, Philip, we're stuck here whether we like it or not. We should, as adults, be able to set aside our differences and paths to work together. Philip had been trapped in enough overly pruned hedge mazes at various noble parties to know what a hedge maze looked like. And he'd eavesdropped on Briar Rose long enough to know where she was going with this. She was as competitive as he was. I bet I can get there first, said Philip, leaning as close to the wall as he dared. I bet I get there long before you. What are we betting? Briar Rose asked, and it sounded as if she was as near the wall as he was. Philip glanced around and said, whatever's at the end. There has to be something there. Otherwise, why make the maze and drop us in it? Whoever gets there first gets it for good. You think our dreams have been leading up to a competition? From the sound of it, she had started walking. That's a bit bleak. Is it? He asked, and followed her lead. You agree? Of course, she said, laughing. And when I get there first, I'll have the decency to tell you what I won. You are the soul of generosity. She laughed again, loud and full-throated and utterly unlike the titter her aunts had taught her to do. Don't lose too quickly, she said. I like a challenge. Not more than me. Philip grinned. If he couldn't succeed in his waking life, he would crush the problems of his dreaming world. Chapter 7. Strangers. Philip blinked while turning a corner in the maze, and when he opened his eyes, he was awake again. The stain of dawn was seeping through the deep purple night through the crack in their tent. Philip rolled over. He was almost disappointed. The competition with Briar Rose was a little fun. She had sprinted off the moment they agreed to the challenge. He'd followed her laughter through the maze, half expecting to stumble into her every time he turned a corner. Each whisper of her feet on the grass filled him with an unfamiliar anticipation. He had been enjoying himself in a way he did only on the road. Briar Rose had told him everything from the latest argument between two of her aunts over what color flowers to plant around the cottage. She mentioned her failed attempts at translating a poem she was certain 𝐏𝐻𝐚𝐫 would love in a language she was trying to learn. She insisted he absolutely had to tell 𝐏𝐻𝐚𝐫 about it, and she would be listening to make sure he did. He told her about the towns he'd stopped in last month. And it was strangely nice to share the stories with someone who hadn't been there. Briar Rose listened and laughed, and for the first time Philip felt truly heard. 𝐏𝐻𝐚𝐫 was asleep in her bedroll across from him. The trials of yesterday had been erased from her face, not a single bruise or scratch left. Philip flexed his hands, which, despite looking pristine, still hurt as if freshly scabbed. He hoped 𝐏𝐻𝐚𝐫 felt better. "Philip, so help me, stop thinking so loudly," 𝐏𝐻𝐚𝐫 mumbled. "Go back to sleep." "How did you even know I was awake?" he whispered. "You stopped snoring," she said. He sat up. "I do not snore." "Then how did I know you were awake?" Philip glared at her, and she pulled her blanket over her head. "I'm going to read your new work," he said, not meaning it. 𝐏𝐻𝐚𝐫 patted her chest pocket, checked on her book, and rolled onto her stomach. "Good luck." Honestly, her secrecy was becoming suspicious. She was lucky he had other stuff to deal with. "Sleep well," he said softly, and went to find the fairies. Eris, Pina, and 𝐓𝐴 were standing in the center of the clearing, whispering to one another in sharp tones. 𝐓𝐴 caught sight of him and touched Eris's arm. The three of them quieted. Philip waved. "Morning," he said, uncomfortable with the sudden silence. "Philip. Come." Eris beckoned him over. "We were discussing what to do with you today. How are you feeling?" "Better. Thank you," he said as he went to them, admittedly somewhat nervous. "What is the plan?" "Oh, you're in for a treat." 𝐓𝐴 clapped. "I can't wait to watch." The sun was barely peeking over the horizon and cast long shadows across the grass like a rippling chessboard. Eris and 𝐓𝐴 stood before him, pawns staring up at a knight. 𝐓𝐴, uncomfortably, possessed no shadow. Pina watched from a few steps away, arms crossed over her chest. Philip avoided her gaze. She was less frightening with the crease on her cheek from where she'd slept, but she was still terrifying. To retrieve the Sword of Truth and Shield of Virtue, you will need to have a solid understanding of what your magic can do and what type of magic best suits you. Obviously, we don't have long. However, we should have enough time to pinpoint what your strengths are, said Eris. Each of us has specialized in a different magic. I deal mainly in nature magic, Pina in fire, and 𝐓𝐴 with shadow magic and some healing. Philip nodded along. Healing would be the most useful and the most hated by his father. Using a healer was like admitting defeat to King Hubert. You should prevent yourself from being injured, and if you absolutely couldn't, there was nothing a good walk or bout couldn't fix. It was one of the king's least appealing beliefs. "I want to learn how to heal," Phillip said, casting a sideways glance at Johanna, who had apparently changed her mind and had risen to watch them with interest. 𝐓𝐸 wrinkled her nose. She looked like the fairies who had come for Princess Aurora that day, short, stout, and inscrutable. Healing's one of the most difficult magics to learn, and it's rare anyone's got an affinity for it. "I fear healing magic's a goal for the future, not one for now." "There is little time to waste," said Eris. "We will have to make our play for the Sword of Truth soon. I would prefer to test your grasp of nature magic and hopefully fire magic before that." Phillip nodded, but his mind drifted back to Briar Rose and the dream. After all, she could still be there, navigating a maze without him distracting her. It was terribly unfair. Johanna came over to them slowly, clearly listening, and asked, "What happens if we can't get the sword and shield?" "Phillip will retrieve them," said Pina, "or he will die." "No, thank you," Phillip said, and turned to Eris. "I know they will help defend against Maleficent, but surely we don't have to get them before Princess Aurora's birthday? Why not take more time to train me to ensure everything goes right? We should wait until after the curse has come to pass or been foiled, when I have more knowledge of magic." Eris opened her mouth, narrowed her eyes, and tilted her head to the side, and Philip's unease worsened instantly. "What?" he asked. "What do you mean been foiled, boy?" asked Pina, brown eyes wide with shock for the first time since Philip had met her. "The normal meaning?" Philip looked between her and Eris, and both shared the same confused look. "The chance of the curse taking hold is slim." "What?" Eris asked, expressions wrinkling across her face so quickly he couldn't track them. "What have you been training for if not what to do after the curse happens?" "What to do once Maleficent returns and is furious her curse was negated," he said. It had been drilled into him for years. "That's part of why I'm marrying Princess Aurora. I'm to protect her. Forever. Till death do us part." Eris gasped. "You think the curse will fail? That it won't happen if you keep that girl safe for long enough? That you can simply remove all spindles and spare her life? That's why she was hidden away." "Everyone knows that," said Johanna. "Don't they?" "Can't avoid a curse," said 𝐓𝐸, dismayed. "They're not just words. They're absolute. Deals, gifts, and curses, they're the same thing. Each is a promise, and we fairies always keep our promises. They always come to pass no matter what you do. And when this curse comes to pass," said Eris, "Maleficent will not stop with the princess." A chill swept over Philip. That changed things. That changed a lot of things. He had always been reassured that every measure possible was being taken to keep the curse at bay. The curse had always been something he might have to deal with, but knowing that it would happen no matter what any of them did, and that Maleficent wouldn't be satisfied with that. But if all curses come to pass, why didn't her fairy godmothers say anything, he asked. Fauna, Flora, and Merryweather have always been fond of hope as a first line of defense, said Pina, spreading her arms wide. And humans do get rather morose when they realize that some things happen regardless of who they are or what they do. Curses and gifts can be altered slightly if they are vague enough, so perhaps they hope to change the curse. Regardless, they most likely have a plan and haven't shared it with anyone. Eris laughed. Unusually generous of you. They are her guardians for a reason, Pina said. Are you comfortable, then, Your Highness, assuming they've uncovered a way to stop a curse, something no one has ever managed in the history of magic? I wouldn't describe any of my current feelings as comfortable, no, he said, rubbing his face. What will Maleficent do? Eris turned to Phillip, expression grim. Maleficent may not have her old army, but if you believe she will only go after Princess Aurora, you're wrong. She has not set aside her dreams of conquering the human kingdoms. She wouldn't win that war, said Philip with a shake of his head. No, my father always said that this was her end goal. She wants to ruin King Stephen's life. Oh, she does desire that, but killing Princess Aurora is not her end goal, Eris said. It's her opening move. Philip squeezed his eyes shut and covered his face. This would change everything. His father had expected a fight, but nothing of this magnitude. If she doesn't have an army like she did before, what does she hope to do? Johanna asked. Philip uncovered his face and nodded. As much damage to the kingdoms that insulted her as possible, 𝐏𝐵 said. With attention split between the cursed princess, her unfound true love, and Maleficent's attacks, Maleficent's loss is not guaranteed. Philip glanced at Eris. What else do I need to know? Now that we have clarified what is at stake here, all that's left is your training, said Eris. Maleficent hates what the princess represents, her initial failure to conquer 𝐼𝐒𝐴𝐷 and the rest of the human kingdoms. She wants to strike at hearts first and foremost. Metaphorically and literally, mumbled Johanna. Eris nodded. Fairies cannot physically handle the sword and shield and can rarely handle them magically. We are certain that Maleficent is researching how to acquire them herself but is restricted by her inability to leave the Forbidden Mountain for extended periods. And without them, you will stand no chance against her. Whoever acquires them first will win the coming war. You're putting all of our eggs in one basket, said Philip. And I'm the basket. We are not speaking of eggs in baskets, boy, said 𝐏𝐵. You must take this seriously. It's a human saying. Eris pinched the bridge of her nose. Though, to use the metaphor, you're our basket. Philip held back a laugh. And Princess Aurora is the other fairy's basket? Exactly, said Eris. Better two baskets than one. You are getting as inscrutable as humans, 𝐏𝐵 said, and scowled. Have you met the princess since she went into hiding, Philip? No one's heard from her, said Philip. Not even her parents know where she is or how she's doing. Tragic. Eris clucked her tongue. Let's get to work. Eris led Philip to a little clearing near camp. She looked like a dandelion on a field of green, standing in the grassy clearing with her sweeping gown rustling in the breeze. The spot she had chosen was far away from everything and everyone at their camp, and they stood across from each other, Eris studying him. We have a deal, after all, she said, grinning. Now, do not expect immediate results today. It may even all feel fruitless, but I assure you it isn't. That was encouraging. Her brows pinched together, but Eris shook her head. Did you think about what you want out of life? Do you trust yourself? That's a bit personal to share, he said, and swallowed. Fair point, said Eris. Do you trust yourself enough to attempt to use magic later today? Later? Time was supposedly of the essence, so he needed to use it soon whether he trusted himself or not. He nodded. Good, she said, and pinched his wrist between two fingers until he winced. Usually, you would spend months studying the basics, but we'll have to make do. First, the conduit, you. Slowly, Eris began to pose Philip. She squared his feet with his shoulders and twisted his body until he was standing at a slight angle, the muscles along his ribs tense. His left arm she placed at his side, raised slightly so that his elbow was cocked out, and his right arm she lifted until his hand was even with his chest. Palm out, fingers up, she muttered, putting each digit into the right position. There. It's not as good as a wand, but as a human, you could never use one. So don't get any ideas. She waggled a finger at him. You must learn how to move your magic through and out of yourself first. Then you can learn to manipulate it. Great, said Philip, feeling far less confident than he had when he'd been a scrawny 10-year-old in too big cloth armor, trying to lift a lance as his father looked on. How do I do that? Tune out the petty distractions of humanity. Allow your mind to clear completely, said Eris. You must feel your magic. Do nothing but focus on finding it within you. Clear my mind. Sure. Philip cracked his neck and tried not to stiffen up. This would be easy. He excelled at doing nothing. For how long? Despite being almost a head shorter, Eris managed to stare down her nose at him. For as long as it takes. 5 minutes became 30 and then an hour and then 2. A warm, needling sensation spread up Philip's legs and crept down his arms. An ache came and went in his heels, the muscles of his neck twitched, and the straight, square stance Eris had molded him into began to waver. His raised arm drooped first, and she flicked his hand. Sweat beaded along his forehead, dripping into his eyes. He shuddered. I don't feel any closer to clearing my mind and feeling my magic, Philip said. How do I do it? What should I feel? He felt many things, sweaty, bored, worried, but none of them felt magical. Eris, who had been before him the whole time and still acted as if only a few minutes had passed, sighed and tilted her head side to side. I fear it's one of those things where you can only know it once you feel it. My teacher once called it a brush against the soul. Enlightening. Philip frowned to try to get rid of an itch on his nose. How does this help with learning nature magic? It helps with control and making sure no errant vines strangle people, said Eris, and Philip winced. To use magic, you must call it forth from yourself and channel it into the world. Once it is in the world, then it can be used to bring on gales, to summon fire in your hand, or to misdirect with an illusion, but it will fight your control. If magic thinks you are using it incorrectly or that you are not fully certain of what you want it to do, it will do as it pleases. Like strangle Johanna to get her away from me? He asked. Exactly. You make magic sound like a person, Philip said. Not a person, Eris trailed off and reconsidered. It's more like a wild horse. You must break it and bend it to your will. Conquer it. If you do not, it will throw you into the mud and trample your corpse. Conquer it? Philip frowned, thinking of Samson when he had first learned to ride. Philip had spent every morning before training and every evening after it in the fields with the horse. Sometimes they practiced, but mostly Philip doted on the only creature who didn't judge him when he made a mistake. Winning or losing a bout made no difference to Samson. Skittish and lanky even for a horse, Samson had nearly been overlooked when the horse masters were selecting coursers for the pages. Philip had liked that underdogs made the best heroes in all of the stories. And Samson had liked how often Philip treated him to the celery he picked out of his own food. The more carrots he'd smuggled the horse, the fewer times he got nipped during training. Fair trade-off. Perhaps you need a more physical goal, Eris said, and raised her arms. It is easy to know when you are succeeding with nature magic. Every plant turned toward her as if she were the sun. Magic speckled her skin, glittered in the blades of the grass, and settled around them like a warm autumn wind. She twisted her fingers, and a flower tore itself from the ground. It grew and wrapped itself around her wrist, thorns sprouting from the side not against her skin. Her magic lingered around her like a mantle. She looked powerful and sure of herself in a way Philip wanted. He had pretended to be certain of who he was for so long, but feeling that way, knowing himself, didn't seem so distant now. I believe you have an affinity for nature magic, given the plants and wind you used to attack the thief, 𝐏𝐻𝐿 said, stroking the flower. The wizard who stole and harbors the sword of truth favors it as well, and while fire magic would be more useful in countering her defenses, I think this will be easier for you to learn first. Pina and I rarely align on anything, and even we agree that you should attempt to retrieve the sword first before trying for the shield. Phillip had heard stories about the shield of virtue. It was entombed with and protected by its creator, who lingered after death to ensure no one unworthy stole it. Facing off against a wizard did sound far less frightening than facing off against an immortal warrior. Do people only have one kind of magic? He asked. No. Most simply cannot master more than one, so they pick, said 𝐏𝐻𝐿. Maleficent, however, is an expert in many. That is what makes her so powerful. We are unsure if you will be able to learn multiple types of magic, but better to try with what you'll likely master and go from there than not try at all. If Phillip had an affinity for nature magic, he wondered if he should tell Briar Rose. He could have unknowingly caused the thorn wall to transform in their dream. Even though he usually hated the idea of revealing anything personal to her, and he was still furious as ever that his dreams weren't his alone, talking to her in the maze hadn't been so bad. Try calling one of the flowers nearest to your hand, said 𝐏𝐻𝐿, forcing Phillip away from his thoughts. Bend it to your will. Phillip narrowed his eyes at the closest pale pink primrose. He imagined its stalk growing longer and longer, winding across the ground like a snake and slithering up his leg. It didn't so much as rustle. Phillip, she said softly, like Briar Rose to one of her broken-legged animals. Do you want magic? Magic is about belief, and if you do not believe that you have it and that you can use it, it will not work. He sighed and let his head fall back. It was embarrassing to admit. I don't see the point in me having it. All I will ever be allowed to use it for is to save her. It's not like I'll get to be a wizard. I'll be defending her until I die, probably at Maleficent's hands. It hurt to say the words aloud, and he hadn't wanted to admit it to 𝐏𝐻𝐿, but she was the first to ask him what he wanted in years. Maybe she would understand his hesitance. Maybe she would have a solution. She was a fairy, after all. Oh. 𝐏𝐻𝐿 opened her mouth a few times but shook her head. She glanced away from him. Your unhappiness at being involved was clear from the start, but that is a much more morose opinion than I expected. Would studying magic seriously be something you wanted? Princes and knights didn't use magic. They battled through life with money and swords, brandishing both until they got what they wanted. Phillip was supposed to be all of that and more, and his father was always watching for Phillip to follow in his footsteps. I'm a prince, he said, and laughed. My future is set in stone. Magic wouldn't make a difference if he had to use it how his father wanted. Stone is not immutable, especially not to those with magic. 𝐏𝐻𝐿 eyed him curiously, tapping a finger against her chin. Your father is who has pressed you into this role, yes. Phillip shrugged. More or less. History and circumstance played equal parts. Does your father have magic? She asked. Phillip shook his head. Are wizards not respected as they once were? Asked 𝐏𝐻𝐿. What in the world makes you think that he or anyone else could tell you what to do with your magic once you learn how to use it? His father had always had one up on him since he had done it all first, but Phillip would be the only one with magic. With the court wizard gone, he would be his father's last resort for magical help. I have magic, he whispered, slowly realizing for the first time the importance of the words, and my father doesn't. 𝐏𝐻𝐿 smirked and dropped her hand. True. I could be that powerful? He asked quietly, Well, said Eris, gesturing to the primroses and then fluttering her hand to her heart, not if you don't listen to me. For the first time in a very long time, Phillip didn't feel trapped. How? He asked, eager. Wizards use spells sometimes. Should I learn those? Eris made a face. No, those are for specific circumstances, but saying what you want your magic to do aloud can't hurt. It will strengthen your resolve. Gesture and demand it. Phillip took a deep breath and nodded. Come here, he whispered, reaching out to the primrose. The flower next to it trembled, as if thinking it over, and then stretched toward his open palm. Its leaves curled around his fingers like the talons of a falcon, and the flower perched on his hand. Phillip brushed the petals with his thumb. Close enough. The bright pleasure of a job well done bubbled up in him, and he held back a grin. Like that? Excellent. Eris applauded. Now, try to summon something else. Phillip set the primrose on the ground. Summoning a gust of wind was harder, the air always cold and biting. He found it far too difficult to summon fog and flinched at the little burst of lightning that came from his fingers once. The vines, though they had hurt Johanna, felt the friendliest to summon and manipulate. He could weave a shield of grass and wield dagger-sized thorns. Talking to himself and reaching out to nothing was embarrassing, but the payoff was fun enough. It's still not doing exactly as I imagine, Phillip said, studying the buckler he had created from bark. I wanted a shield. Eris said, perhaps specifying will help. It will take time for your mind and magic to meld perfectly, but I believe in you. Thank you. He ducked to hide his blush. It's just embarrassing to shout everything. You're saving the world. Why should you be embarrassed? She asked, and then shrugged when he looked at her. Johanna. Come here for a moment, please. Johanna, who had been teaching 𝐏𝐚𝐫𝐭 to use a sword, walked over with the fairy trailing behind her. When he was training to be a knight, did Phillip ever avoid anything because he didn't want to be embarrassed? Asked Eris, ignoring his glare. Oh, always. Johanna nodded and didn't even glance at him. A fencer from another kingdom taught for a few days once, and Phillip skipped the lessons. He hates being bad at things so much that he hates practicing. Phillip swallowed uncomfortably. Why should I want to do something I'm not good at? You have to practice to get good at things, said Johanna with an exasperated sigh. That's why I write all the time and we spar so often. The more we fail, the better we get. And let everyone who can see know I'm bad at it? No, thank you, said Phillip. Either way, I can't shout complicated commands in a fight. People will know exactly how to counter me then, and it will take too long. Practice some commands and gestures today, and then tonight tell me the ones you think will work best. I'll help you develop a repertoire, Eris said, and smiled. Think of it like how we wave our wands. It's not for show, you know. Softly, 𝐏𝐚 said, well done, and with over 2 weeks left to go. Thank you, said Eris with a smirk. Now, Phillip, are you willing to embarrass yourself a few times to master your magic? You must be certain in your resolve, and I believe you can do it. You must know what you are willing to do, though. For most of his life, Phillip had thought Maleficent's curse could be avoided. He had trained endlessly to protect the princess and help keep her safe once the curse failed, and he had trusted his father to know what needed to be done about Maleficent. He shouldn't have, his father was wrong. The curse couldn't be stopped. In less than a month, Princess Aurora would be asleep and defenseless save for him, Maleficent would have started another war with the human kingdoms, and Phillip would be stuck keeping the sleeping princess safe. unless he mastered his magic. For the first time in his life, he had something his father couldn't hold over his head. No one could take magic away from him, and he could accomplish everything with it if he played his cards right. As a wizard, he wouldn't be bound to the future his father had decreed for him. He could be far more than the princess's steadfast defender. "Anything," he said. "I'll do anything." Chapter 8. The Curse of Gallantry and Glibness. Philip practiced nature magic for the next 5 days. He slept little, never long enough to dream of Briar Rose or the maze. Aria seemed impressed by his advancement, but all he could do consistently was create swords from thorns and shields from grass, and ruffle Johanna's hair with wind. It had been thrilling the first few times, but the small instances of magic didn't feel like much after 5 days, when he knew he would probably have to fight Maleficent. Still, Pina had, begrudgingly, complimented his quick thinking to blow dust in her eyes with a gust while they were sparring. So, at midnight on the 5th day when he finally got to collapse and sleep, Philip didn't expect to wake up in the dream wood. Yet he opened his eyes and saw the hedge maze. The walls were taller and the thorns thicker, sharp points dripping with a sickly-looking yellow sap. He rolled to his feet, holding his breath to hear if Briar Rose was there, and a soft whispering drifted over the wall. She was talking to someone, but her voice was far clearer and closer than it usually was when he eavesdropped on her waking hours. Was she rehearsing for a conversation or confrontation? "I feel you're being rather unfair about everything," she was saying, though it was stilted and over-rehearsed. "I'm no longer a child, and I should be allowed to visit town. I know you are my aunts and that you love me, and I love each of you, but I..." "Visit town?" Philip ambled over to the thorn wall as quietly as he could. Briar Rose spoke constantly to her animal friends about the places she had been, often in those places' languages. She might have lived in a cottage in the wood with her aunts, but he had always assumed that she was well-educated and well-traveled. He had pegged her as a lesser noble, wealthy enough for all of that, but not important enough for Philip to have known her. What had perfect Briar Rose done to get banned from going to town? Her aunts so rarely denied her. No. That won't work. Briar Rose sucked in a deep breath, held it, and whistled as she exhaled. "I need to come up with an advantage to me going into town, like learning how to socialize, but not that one, because I've tried it so many times." The thorn wall creaked. "You're less help than ears. What help is a rabbit when deciding how to word something, and why practice when we both know you never stick to it?" Philip asked. He laughed when she shrieked. "Also, don't use such passive terms. You're the one saying the words, so if they don't know you feel that way, that's their problem." "How long have you been here?" asked Briar Rose, voice pinched in surprise. "Oh, ages." Philip grinned, glad she couldn't see him, and started walking down the maze's path. He had awoken where he left the dream last time, so at least their progress through the maze seemed to be kept no matter when they next dreamed. Ants, town, ears. "Hey, what did you do that they're not letting you leave? You love traveling. Must have been bad." "You don't have room to judge my rehearsal," she said stiffly. "I overheard that little play you were in when you were 11. You forgot half of your lines." Philip scowled. He had been 12 and hated the yearly reenactments of past glories, like his father's defeat of Maleficent, and he hadn't forgotten his lines so much as swapped them out for funnier ones. He clucked his tongue and asked, "What color are your eyes?" "What? Why?" "I'm trying to think of what your expression looks like when you say such mean things." "I would rather you not think of me at all," Briar Rose said, but he heard her stop walking after a few steps. "Are you coming? There's no fun in reaching the end unless I beat you, and you have to actually try for it to count." Phillip grinned. "Lead on." The maze felt smaller than the first time it had appeared. The walls were taller or thicker, pressing in from each side so that Phillip had to angle his body to make a few turns he wanted to take. He was dragging his toe through the grass every few strides and leaving markers for himself in case he ever needed to double back. Briar Rose, too, sounded as if she was leaving a path in the grass. She had probably done it in the first dream even though he hadn't remembered to. Had she dreamed the last 5 days and gotten to navigate the maze without him? He wouldn't ask and be the first to break the silence, though. "You know, I haven't heard much of your life recently. I used to dream of the wood and be forced to listen to you whine at least once a week," Briar Rose said. "But it has been days and I haven't heard anything." Phillip pantomimed punching the wall and mouthed, "Finally." Asking would have meant he cared. "Oh, sorry," he said. "Did you say something?" Briar Rose sighed. "Never mind. I haven't dreamed of you either, so consider us even. It's been fantastic. I've been able to focus on my training," said Phillip, cracking his neck and hesitating at a two-way path. "Have you been able to investigate without me being here?" "No, I was stuck in the same hall of the maze as before," she said. Her voice pitched up as she continued, and he could practically hear her leaning toward him. "Training? I thought you were taking a relaxing trip around the countryside with 𝐏𝐚𝐫𝐭." Phillip wasn't quite sure what her tone, angry and sad and prying all at once but not fully any of them, meant, but he didn't care for it. "I am. 𝐏𝐚𝐫𝐿 and I," he swallowed. "Spar." "Spar?" "It's when two people fight each other but don't land heavy blows in order to practice." A mossy pebble fell onto his shoulder, and Phillip leapt back. "Did you throw a rock at me?" He found the pebble on the ground and rolled it around in his palm. "Oh, did that work?" She hummed and started walking again. "I was curious if our physical positions were actually near each other or if it was some sort of dream magic." "No, you weren't," he said, loving it. She, good little Briar Rose who never did anything wrong, had thrown a rock at him. "We know it's magic because I keep taking lefts and you keep taking rights, and yet we're still right next to each other." "What?" She drew out the word. "Are you suggesting I intentionally threw a rock at you for non-scientific purposes?" "Yes." "Why would I ever do such a thing?" asked Briar Rose. "Because he pocketed the rock and shook his head. "I couldn't say." "You're a monster, obviously." "No motive required." Briar Rose laughed so hard she snorted, and Phillip chuckled. Not that he let her hear, of course. He had never heard her laugh so hard before, not with her aunts or any of her forest friends. He liked having been the one to make her laugh. "You have terrible aim," he said. "No one ever taught me to throw anything, and not all of us have been training since we were children," she drawled. "I can't believe you're willingly training more and not researching these dreams." "You and me both," he said. "What sort of research is there to even do? Do you have books on dream mazes?" "Oh, well, I'm not allowed to read about magic. My aunts don't care for it." "So you don't know anything about magic," he said, "and you can't learn anything more." "I snuck some of the books that my aunts have never let me read, but they're mostly recent histories." "At least I'm trying, which is more than you can say," said Briar Rose. "Aren't you the least bit curious about the dreams and the wood and why they changed? Do you think it's magic?" "Well, some new magic affecting the dream magic, I suppose." He thought back to his nature magic and his suspicions he could be responsible. He was curious, but he was also in the midst of the most stressful thing that had ever happened in his life. As she liked to remind him, Briar Rose had already listened in on his darkest moments, his nerves before his first tournament, the first and only time Samson had thrown him, his father's furious lecturing after Phillip objected to his intensive, training-filled future, and spoken of them to her real-life friends. Surely she didn't want to suffer through more of his life. At least he had some knowledge of magic he could share without revealing too much about himself. I don't think so. Everyone's magic has a different sense about it. The dream changed, but it doesn't feel like there's different magic. He started walking, taking the right-hand path, and heard her turn left toward him. It was nice to finally know something she didn't. The thorn wall might have grown into a maze, but it and the dream would still felt the same as they had. Some people's magic leaves the air cold and sharp like a winter snap, and others smells like a freshly oiled sword in smoke. Pina's fire magic reminded him of skirmishes and house fires. Is it always scent? She asked. No, it can be any sense. I've seen shadow magic that makes everything taste of brimstone, he said, recalling Maleficent's appearance at Princess Aurora's christening. But don't take my word for it. As if I have ever taken you at your word, Briar Rose said. There came a sound as if she was walking back and forth across a stone. It was too soft for her to be in boots, but Phillip usually wore his day clothes in the dreams. Did she go about barefoot every day? I used to sit on this rock and listen to your life pass you by, and I know you well enough to know when you're keeping something from me. The accusation, and truth of it, smothered the fun he had been having. I hate that you know me at all, he muttered. Don't worry about what I'm not telling you. It's not bad. It's just personal. Oh, thank you ever so much for permission not to worry, said Briar Rose. My eyes are violet, by the way, and I am rolling them. I would expect nothing less. You're not the only one with personal problems, you know, she said, twisting her hands together so frantically he could hear it. How do I know this isn't your fault? That the wood and the wall didn't change because of you? The fact that they probably had made the words hurt all the more. Everything was always his fault no matter what he did. He hadn't gone looking for a fight or for magic. It had simply happened to him, but he still had to deal with the consequences. She didn't even know about the magic yet, and still she knew. Your monologue made it very clear that you too have problems, said Phillip, and he refused to let her hear any concern in his voice. She didn't need to worry, because the dream world wasn't real. There were far larger concerns in the waking world. You talk all the time, you know, and I always thought you were bragging. You never answered my question, why are you banned from going back to town? Or did you not answer because your practiced argument tonight was a lie to earn sympathy, so I'll let you win? That's very hypocritical of you. I asked last time if there were any changes in your life and you said there weren't. What a delightful way to avoid my question again, he said. You're avoiding mine. So your aunt's baby you. What a tragedy to be so loved. Phillip swallowed. So often as a child he had been jealous of the ways Briar Rose's aunts doted on her. She talked about how they brushed her hair every night and got her a new book whenever she mastered one of her lessons. It was as far from his childhood, full of training for a curse that he now knew was right around the corner, as possible. I don't know why you're so desperate to prove your worth by solving why we have these dreams, but I don't want you to prove anything to me, because I don't care. Of course you don't, she said, and the enunciation could be caused only by a sneer. You think everyone and everything is beneath you. You had one bad day at your first tournament and one bad fight with your father after, and then you gave up trying at everything completely. Phillip recoiled at the unwelcome reminder of that day. He never thought of it. He never spoke of it. He didn't even want the memories of it. You have no idea what you're talking about. The frustration that had been building in him for years took control of his mouth. You and these dreams are the least important thing in my life because I'm dealing with real problems in the real world. You don't know me, she shouted. For some people, dreams are all they have. Don't be. A vine shot out from the wall and grabbed his ankle, yanking him to the ground. Phillip landed hard and cracked his head. He groaned. Phillip? Briar Rose asked. Don't try to trick me. It won't work. I'm not trying anything, he said, and sat up. Wake up. What? Asked Phillip. The words echoed in his aching head. What? She tossed a small rock over the wall, and it landed a few strides from him. Phillip, what's wrong? Are you all right? Your worry is almost believable, he said, reaching for the vine. Wake up, came the voice again. The vine tightened around him and dragged him toward the wall. The thorns opened up, revealing a hole in the vines, and Phillip clawed at the grass. He tried to slow down, but the vine only tugged harder. It pulled him into the dark of the wall. The thorns snapped down on him. Chapter 9. Temper. Phillip jerked awake with a scream, throwing his hands up before his face. Pina was at the foot of his bedroll, and she had one hand on his ankle. He glanced around. The tent. He was in the tent at the camp with Johanna and the fairies. It was still dark, the moonlight hollowing out Pina's face. Her eyes glittered in the night like a cat's. Oh, good. You are awake, she said, and dropped his foot. You seem to have been having a nightmare. Phillip took a few breaths to slow his heart and nodded. He stumbled to his feet. His ankle was unhurt, with no thorns or marks from the vine. His heart was still racing though, and he could still hear the echo of Briar Rose's frantic shout. If I wasn't awake, I am now, he finally said, refocusing on Pina. What's wrong? A number of things you could not even begin to comprehend, she said, and straightened to her full height, red hair tumbling around her shoulders like flames. She looked him up and down. Eris has decided that your knowledge of nature magic is sufficient and it is time to move on to fire magic. Fire magic? He asked excitedly, and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. Pina arched a single brow and exhaled sharply through her nose. The branch of magic that concerns the summoning, manipulation, and extinguishing of fire. Phillip's cheeks warmed. His father had nothing on Pina. Get dressed and meet me outside, she said. Unlike Eris, I refuse to coddle you. Phillip dressed faster than he ever had before and rinsed his mouth with water, still reeling from how real his expulsion from the dream had felt. He was groggy and his mind felt fuzzy, as if he were watching the waking world through a veil of fog, and a feeling of guilt was beginning to build inside of him. He and Briar Rose truly got the worst of each other, meeting only when tired and desperate for sleep. Not knowing how much the other had heard was a peculiar sort of nightmare. They knew everything about each other. Except they didn't. He had never known her aunts to forbid her from doing anything, but she was now trapped at their cottage. Much of what he knew about her was built on assumptions. And what if some of those were wrong? He flinched at the sudden remorse rushing through him. She had been so quick to try to help him despite their fight. He had to stop assuming the worst when she was consistently the best of the two of them. He hoped Briar Rose wouldn't worry too much over him after his sudden departure. He blinked. This wasn't a dream. He needed to focus. he could deal with whatever feelings he was having about his behavior toward Briar Rose later. Fire magic is a branch of nature magic, but rarely does one person have an affinity for both, said 𝐼𝐻 the moment he joined her. She had lit a fire at the center of camp. However, even if you do not master it, you must be able to defend against it. 𝐼𝐻 gestured toward the low fire. Philip's panic over Maleficent's encroaching curse had abated from a constant flutter in his chest to an occasional shock. When dawn broke, he would have only 14 days left to master magic. What's Maleficent's specialty? He asked, stoking the fire and trying to ignore his nerves. 𝐼𝐻 eyed him. Maleficent's abilities are beyond definition or categorization. Of course they were. Great, muttered Philip. So what do I do first? We will begin with fire manipulation, 𝐼𝐻 said. Watch me. The acrid scent of smoke clogged his throat despite the bright, clean fire, and the flames leapt from the wood to 𝐼𝐻's palms. They curled serpent-like around her fingers and passed over her clothes without scorching them. She held out the fire to him. 𝐏𝐫𝐢𝐧𝐬. 𝐼𝐻 wiggled her fingers. Such vocalizations helped before. Philip reached for the fire. Hello, handsome. Come here, please. The fire didn't so much as flicker. He spent hours trying to move it and didn't manage a single spark. 𝐼𝐻 lost her patience after a while, tired of showing him how it was done and of letting him take breaks to suck on his blistering fingertips when he exhaustedly listed toward the fire. She inhaled sharply when his sleeve smoldered, and he smacked his arm against the ground. 𝐼𝐻 left him alone to ask 𝐏𝐻 what to do, though she hadn't admitted to any such thing. Philip went to get a drink as an excuse to eavesdrop. Do with what we have, and we only have 14 more days, 𝐏𝐻 was saying. You're going easy on him. He'll think the training is a farce. Philip crept a bit closer and tilted his ear into the wind. Of course I am going easy on him. What else am I supposed to do? Have him stand in it like I used to? Any fire I summon will burn him unless you're willing to protect him magically every hour of every day, 𝐼𝐻 hissed. You concocted this plan, so you figure out what to do. Philip's disappointment tasted like ash. 𝐼𝐻 was going easy on him even though she had claimed she wouldn't. He knew he was a beginner, but he wanted to succeed on his own merits, not because she was pulling her punches. He had been looking forward to learning fire magic too. 𝐏𝐻 sighed. Fine. Give me a moment. 𝐼𝐻 huffed. Philip darted back to his seat, and the two fairies returned to the fire together. 𝐏𝐻 sat down next to him. Philip, she said, but she looked at 𝐼𝐻. Could you try to manipulate the fire one last time? Philip nodded, not trusting himself to speak. He reached out and wiggled his fingers at the fire. A log cracked and sent up sparks, catching his sleeve on fire. Philip hissed and shook it out. Fire would be exceptionally useful against Barnaby. 𝐏𝐻 grabbed his wrist and studied the burn mark on his clothes. Old Barnaby is the wizard who stole the sword of truth from your father. She's a grouch of a person these days but a rather obsessive gardener. She specializes in nature magic, specifically plants and animation. Old Barnaby? The name scratched at Philip's brain. It brought up memories of brown eyes, blue robes with silver moons, and the scent of fresh flowers. Oh, Barney. She had introduced herself as Barney when he was a kid, and the nickname had stuck. Johanna emerged from the tent with a yawn. Barney? What happened to her? Barney and Philip's father had disagreed on so many things to do with the curse, and he had been so busy training that he'd rarely interacted with her. He shouldn't have been surprised Johanna knew more about her than he did. She probably spent as much time in the library as wizards. Sitting about a step from Phillip, Johanna watched the fire flicker inside before taking out her book. She balanced her inkpot on one knee and her book on the other. He caught sight of untold stories from on the first page, next to a dozen crossed-out lines. "I thought she retired to some seaside cottage with her wife?" Johanna asked. Phillip nodded. "She did, but I think it was a lighthouse." "She didn't." "It was a cover story," said Eris quickly. "She absconded with the sword after a disagreement with Philip's father." "How am I supposed to get the sword from her?" Phillip asked. He hadn't realized Barney would be the wizard he would have to steal from. "She's one of the best wizards this side of the world." "Steal it, I would assume." Eris gestured for Phillip to return his attention to the fire. "Unfortunately, it appears that you don't have an affinity for fire magic at all. This means we must focus on teaching you to defend against fire magic and how to stop nature magic without it." "Of course," said Phillip, trying to hide his disappointment. "How am I going to steal the sword from Barnaby then?" Eris shook her head. "I must admit that I am not entirely sure. Barnaby's home is well guarded against magical and mundane observation. I will go observe Barnaby and her wife, Zora, for the next few days, and then we will know what to do." "You are leaving?" Phillip's heart dropped to his feet. "Now. You have yet to learn how to defend against fire magic, which requires Peena to teach and 𝐏𝐸𝐴 to heal you when she gets overzealous," Eris said. "I'm unnecessary." Phillip nodded, a hollow ache in his chest, but he couldn't place the feeling. Eris was the only one who had acknowledged that Phillip was doing this for himself, and she was the one who never balked when he didn't grasp something immediately. She had taught him how to cheat at darts using wind magic the night before, and that would be utterly useless in the fight against Maleficent. She'd only done it because she knew he liked games. Without her, it would all be about the princess again. "You have made amazing progress," said Eris, flexing her fingers, "but we need the sword and shield so that you will be able to stand against Maleficent. While you're gone, I will have my shadow scout the tomb of Amos," said 𝐓𝐸𝐴. "Excellent," Eris said. Her form shrank, and she drifted into the sky along the wind. "I'll return soon. If you know what's good for you, you'll be able to defend yourself against fire magic by then." Peena did not let Phillip sleep the next day. They worked through the day and then the night, his exhaustion shifting to a trembling, frantic energy around dawn. She was determined to teach him how to rebuff fire magic if it killed him. Or she just wanted to kill him. It was a toss-up. She had started with motes of flame no bigger than her palm and lobbed them to him like normal people tossed apples. Instinct had driven Phillip to catch a few even after burning himself the first time. Next came whips of gold fire, hotter than the motes, that seared Phillip's skin even when they didn't hit, and she taught him how to predict the flicker of the fire to avoid it. Though the first hour had left his skin charred and pink like a half-cooked supper, he could dodge by the end of it. But he could have learned to do that by her throwing any number of undeadly things at him. During training, Phillip thought of the last time he saw Briar Rose, her teasing as they struggled to find their way out of the maze, her confidence that they would solve it, and her terrible aim that Peena definitely didn't share. Thinking about her and their fight filled him with a bittersweet feeling he didn't recognize. His failures at fire magic didn't help. He wouldn't be able to solve the dream maze that way. Keeping his new magic from Briar Rose was holding them both back. Johanna helped occasionally, though she mostly sat with 𝐓𝐸𝐴 and discussed what they already knew about Barnaby. The old wizard loved her garden, lived in a tower by the sea with her wife, who had no magical powers to speak of, and once, possibly, maybe, had used a thief for fertilizer after catching them breaking into her home. But Johanna didn't understand him. She knew him well, but not as well as Briar Rose. Until recently, he hadn't wanted to talk to Briar Rose, but Pina was so merciless and his magic so fickle that his dream world and Briar Rose were the only constants he had left. She might have been prickly and overly talkative, but at least he knew to expect that from her. He didn't really want to talk to Briar Rose about his training and the upheaval of his life, but he likely needed to if he wanted to solve the mystery of the maze. When Phillip awoke in the hedge maze after his second day of learning fire magic, he rose on unsteady feet and squinted at the wall. One of the vines waved at him and tried to snatch his ankle. Phillip kicked it aside, then wandered a ways down the path to get away from the part of the hedge that had attacked him last dream. His and Briar Rose's fight had been poorly done and unfair. To both of them. "Briar Rose," he called out. She didn't answer. Phillip groaned and picked the right-hand path of the maze. Maybe she had been so furious with him and so pleased with his disappearance that she had solved the maze without him, and now he was stuck and she was alone in the silence he had always wanted. No, she had once helped an injured owl no matter how often it pecked at her. If not too kind, she was too prideful to abandon him. Phillip winced and kicked a stone out of the path. He hoped her pride wasn't the only reason she would talk to him. Best not to think about how poorly that conversation had gone and focus on the maze. The markers he had left were still there, but it was a dream, so he wasn't sure how much they even mattered. He focused on listening for Briar Rose. A familiar voice echoed down the right path. She was singing, something he'd heard often enough, though it was clearer here in the maze. When he'd heard her sing in her waking life, the dream muffled and distorted her voice, but even then, her singing had been beautiful. He sighed, lying down in the middle of the maze once he was close enough. The song, something about birds and roses, was almost certainly her own creation, and as tired as he was, it was nice. He had been horribly unfair, hadn't he, accusing her of lying as he lied to her several times over? "You have a lovely voice," he said. Briar Rose quieted and approached the wall separating them. "Phillip? Are you all right? What happened to you? I got woken up in the real world last time we were here." He crossed his arms behind his head. "It reacted badly with the maze. One of the vines dragged me into the hedges, but when I woke up, it was just someone touching my ankle. Very fun and not scary at all. Anyway, we need to talk." "Do we?" Briar Rose asked. There was a muttering, like she was talking to herself, and then she quieted. He groaned. "Are you really not going to talk to me?" As annoyed as he had been, he didn't want to go back to their old way of dreaming. He liked talking to her. "I just think we don't," she huffed and trailed off, like he had caught her talking to him when it was against the rules. "Don't have an outlet for our anger in real life and have been taking it out on each other?" he asked. She exhaled loudly through her nose. "Yeah, I feel terrible but don't want to apologize either, so let's skip the deflecting," he said, and grinned when she laughed. "Here's the truth, I think I know what caused the dreams to change." She made a strangled sound, and he groaned. "Say it," said Phillip. "I knew it was your fault." Her clothes rustled against the grass. She must have sat down. "Nothing ever happens in my life, so it had to be you. I can't believe you're telling me the truth." He laughed. "I haven't slept much, so blame it on that." "Why haven't you slept? Are you all right?" Even with them angry at each other, she was worried for him. Her concern made him pause, and Phillip sighed. "I'm fine. It's related to what I need to tell you," he said, running a hand over his face. "I have magic." "What?" "Yeah, That was my initial response too, said Phillip. I've spent the last week learning magic. She hummed. Is that the important, real-life thing you mentioned? Oh, well, there's probably going to be a war soon, so I have to do some things. Phillip winced. If I don't learn enough magic, I might die. Magic. Some things might die, said Briar Rose. Are you sure that's not your dream world? Well, you're not there, which is certainly a dream come true, he said. This wasn't as bad as he thought telling her would be. I've been training, and it's exhausting. My point is that our dreams changed the night after my magic made itself known. Made itself known? She asked. Did it introduce itself to you? By strangling Johanna, he said. Phillip explained what had happened with Johanna, meeting the 3 fairies, and some of his training. He didn't tell her about Maleficent but said that he would probably need to fight someone dangerous once he retrieved the armaments. If he could. People have always depended on me, he said. Thinking about failing, though, still breaks my heart each time. She took a deep breath, and he could picture her sitting in the grass, chin on her knees and nose scrunched in concentration. I didn't know you had a heart. The sound he made was entirely too embarrassing, and she burst into laughter. No one learns anything perfectly in less than a month. I think you're being a touch hard on yourself, she said. What does this even mean for you? You're already a knight. Right, she had no idea he was a prince and bound by even more responsibilities, like protecting a princess from an evil fairy. It means I have more to do, but also might have less to do in the future, said Phillip. But it's more complicated than that. I'm a prince, and if I fail my training, my kingdom is doomed. That feels like a big enough reason for our odd dreams to change. The thorns of the wall started to writhe more furiously when he spoke. I couldn't hear the second half of what you said over the vines, she said. I'm sorry you're in danger, but magic is exciting, at least. I said that I'm a prince. You're speaking with His Highness, Prince Phillip of Artwine. The maze wall twisted and creaked, drowning out his words completely, and Briar Rose quieted. I just tried to tell you something about myself, he said, and this time the wall must have allowed it, because Briar Rose hummed in response. Curious, she said. I guess it still doesn't want us to know certain things about each other. Clearly. More important, and something we can talk about, magic. I've got it, he said. He hadn't gotten a chance to brag yet. I'm not bad at it, either. So you're actually trying to master it? She asked. You, who never wants to try at anything. Phillip scowled. Oh, shut up about that. Like you've done everything ever asked of you. She didn't say anything, and he threw one arm over his eyes. All right, so you do everything asked of you. The rest of us can't be perfect. He could feel her eyes rolling. Changing the subject, he asked, nothing happened with the thorns once I was dragged out of the last dream, right? You were fine? I was. Thank you, she said. My aunts did keep asking why I was so concerned, and I finally told them an injured bird got away before I could catch it and help. Ah, I'm your little injured bird now. I have never been so insulted in the entirety of my life, and I travel with a self-proclaimed poet. Phillip peeked up at the sky, remembering their last conversation. What did happen? Why weren't you allowed to go to town? Best they dealt with it all now. Briar Rose hesitated, and then quietly said, nothing new really happened. Contrary to what you believe, I didn't do anything. My aunts just won't let me go to town. They smile and nod and tell me to trust them every time I bring up leaving. It's in my best interest, they keep repeating with no explanation. It's lonely even though they're here with me. Oh, an adult who knows better than you situation. I know that one well, Phillip said. Doubly lonely for someone as obsessed with travel and stories as you. It was odd, feeling bad for her. He hadn't picked up on her loneliness when listening to her life, and that seemed like an oversight on his part. Listening to her now, it was obvious how alone she felt. They were both surrounded by people who thought they knew what was best for them and dismissed them at every turn. It makes me feel like a child, Briar Rose said, voice rough. She cleared her throat. Don't say anything. I don't want you pitying me. Oh, that's the last emotion I feel for you. Phillip sat up and stretched, trying to sound as nonchalant as possible. There was silence, save for the thorn wall, and Briar Rose sniffed. Phillip could picture her squaring her shoulders and wiping her face. She had always been strong and focused, but a person couldn't be like that all the time. It would wear them down to nothing. Briar Rose, he asked softly enough to not shock her and loud enough to be heard. Do you want to commiserate, or do you want a distraction? In the past, he wouldn't have asked, not that they had been able to talk to each other before, but it felt different these days. Their shared dreams had always been intimate, and they had grown more so since the maze appeared, despite their bickering and fighting. It was easier to connect the Briar Rose of his childhood dreams to a real person now. She wasn't a dream, she was right there and she was hurting. Despite their fighting and history, they were all the other had. She inhaled and said, a distraction please. 0 pity and 1 distraction it is, then, he said. Let this ruminate in your mind, I, Phillip the Feckless, have to rob a wizard soon. Oh, I would love to meet a wizard. Briar Rose cleared her throat. A real one, you know, not you. They were back to normal then. He muffled his laughter with a hand. I'll make a deal with you. I will tell you all about my very fun, wonderful magical adventures once I beat you to the end of the maze. At least these stakes didn't involve death. You're on, little bird, she said, and took off running. Try not to get kidnapped by a plant this time. No, they weren't back to normal. Their relationship had shifted, twisted by happenstance and the nature of these dreams until they weren't quite friends but were no longer enemies. They were something new and growing, as changing as the dream that had introduced them. And that didn't bother Phillip as much as it might have once. The noonday sun hung hot and bright overhead. Phillip wiped the sweat from his face, the stench of ash and oil clinging to him. Pina stood across the clearing, and her flames clung to her like a cloak. They left shivers in the air, burning away any vines he threw at her and withstanding any gusts he tried to knock them aside with. Come now, Your Highness. I know we are both ready to rest, she said. We can if you defeat me. But he couldn't touch her. It was now day 6 of fire training. Phillip had been working with Pina non-stop the past 3 days, to the point where he hadn't dreamed of Briar Rose once, and he was further from victory than ever. Pina was a terrible fighter, fumbling all manner of weapons and falling to pieces the moment a fist or blade went her way, but getting close to her was impossible. On his first try, he had punched her and gotten scalded so badly it had scarred, and the second day, he hadn't even been able to get near her without his hair catching on fire. She used flames like shields, defending and harming in equal measure. The air around her constantly shimmered with repressed, threatening heat. Fire flourished with wind and plants, and he couldn't control enough dirt to bury her. Every time he tried to sink her, she attacked him until he was too busy to focus. He had to smother the flames. Rain, he said softly so that Pina couldn't hear, and waved toward the sky. He had summoned storms before, but none strong enough to put out anything greater than a campfire. A storm cloud gathered overhead. 𝐼𝐴 glanced up, the flames swirling in her hands flickering. Sleet poured over her, hissing when it touched her skin, and she shook it out of her eyes. A veil of steam separated them, and Phillip took a step back. It wasn't what he wanted, but it was fine. No one could light a fire with damp tinder. He used the steam for cover. Hiding won't beat Maleficent, Johanna called out from her perch near the tents. She was watching, because of course she was, and she wasn't impressed. Each time you get burned, I'm writing a poem about it and sending a copy to every town we've been through. Phillip twisted to glare at her, and said, "You wouldn't dare." 𝐓𝐴 applauded as though it were all simply a stage play. "Do not dare look away from me." 𝐼𝐴's shout startled Phillip, and he spun toward her. The snout of a great dragon, scales made of fire and eyes white hot, emerged from the steam. It was made from the flames wreathing 𝐼𝐴 and rested over her like a giant mask. A tongue flicked out between wavering teeth. Smoke poured from its mouth. Phillip stumbled back, skin blistering. More. The storm cloud followed 𝐼𝐴, but the sleet sizzled away before even landing on her. "More," she said, hand clutching at her chest. Fire covered her hands in the shape of claws. "I am not a candle or some silly little campfire. The flames and the power come from inside of me. You will never be able to stop them." Phillip frantically summoned a sword of thorns. The air around her was so hot it rippled like water. She grabbed the sword, and it crumbled to ash. Phillip stumbled, chest tightening and throat aching. The dragon opened its mouth wide. He threw himself in the other direction and landed hard on his back, unable to speak or breathe or move. 𝐼𝐴 glided toward him, her wings unfurling flames. She lifted one foot from the smoking grass and pressed it into his chest. The dragon's tongue licked his cheek. Phillip screamed. "Pitiful," she said, red curls alight. "All those years of training to be a knight, and you can't even touch me without whining. You're a disappointment." He gagged on the burning air. Smoke curled out of her sneering lips like serpents. There was no point. All of it, his knighthood and magic training, was useless. He couldn't do anything to the flames without feeding them, and she had the upper hand so long as her fire raged. Attacking her would be like punching a flaming log to put out a fire. It was impossible. But he didn't punch campfires to put them out. He smothered them. He needed to smother her, not her fire. Hope surged through him. Smother, smother, smother. How could he snuff her and her fire out? He couldn't drop a cup over her, could he? What did snuffing a candle even do? "Air," he choked out. Phillip reached for her throat. He couldn't touch it, but his magic had to know what he meant. He clenched his fingers as if he were strangling her. "Air." A cold burst of wind swept over him. Phillip sucked in a deep breath, the black at the corner of his sight receding. 𝐼𝐴 grasped at her throat, struggling to breathe, and her wreath of fire vanished in a puff of cinders. She collapsed. Phillip rolled to his knees. "Do you surrender?" he asked. 𝐼𝐴, pale skin turning blue, nodded. "I can't wait to hear this poem of yours," said Phillip to Johanna as he stood. "Neither can I," came a familiar voice from behind him. "Well done." Phillip turned. Aria stood there, clapping quietly, and she came to stand next to him. Slowly, the air flowed back into the space around 𝐼𝐴. She coughed and crawled to her feet, muttering beneath her breath. Eris grinned at Phillip. "Wonderful job," she said. "I think you're ready to rob a wizard." Chapter 10. The Tower and the Night. After a quick breakfast and even quicker planning the next day, they all huddled in around 𝐏𝐸𝐿 and let her yank her shadow over them. They were standing in the clearing one moment and staggering in and awed with the next, 𝐏𝐸𝐿 shaking out her shadow like a traveling cloak. The fairy magic shivered off them like water from a duck. The plan to steal the Sword of Truth from old Barnaby was simple. 𝐏𝐸𝐿 and 𝐵𝐻 would lure the wizard out of her home, and Phillip and Johanna would sneak in to retrieve the sword while Eris kept watch. There was a town near the tower that paid the elderly wizard for protection. Extortion, Eris called it, and they were going to use that to their advantage. 𝐏𝐸𝐿 and 𝐵𝐻 would fake an emergency in the town, drawing Barnaby to it, and with any luck they would be able to keep her there for an hour at least. The wizard's wife, Zora, would be easy enough to avoid once Phillip and Johanna were in the tower. The only remaining question was how they would get into it. "What's our next step again?" Phillip asked the moment 𝐏𝐸𝐿 and 𝐵𝐻 left in a puff of shadow magic. He wished he could have asked Briar Rose for her opinion on their plan. She had read a number of books and surely knew something useful about wizards or robberies. Eris snorted and herded him toward old Barnaby's tower. "Get in, steal the sword, get out." "Is that the short or long version?" he asked, and swallowed as they left the forest and stepped into the shadow of a tall tower silhouetted against the pale orange sunrise. "That rather depends on how quickly you find the sword and get out alive," said Eris. Johanna pulled out the little journal from her chest pocket and jotted something down. Phillip glared at her. She shrugged. "Don't you have other things to worry about than me and my writing?" she asked, and blew on the wet ink before putting the book back. "We don't have many days left. This has to go perfectly." This was their only chance to retrieve the Sword of Truth. If they made a mistake, old Barnaby would never let it out of her sight again. "Don't remind me," muttered Phillip. "If we manage to do this, will I finally get to read what you're working on?" "You can read it when you're dead," Johanna said. "So tonight, then?" he mumbled, and she scowled. Phillip turned his attention to the tower. It was a spindly building of russet stone that listed over the edge of a cliff above the sea, and so impossibly tall that it had to be held up by magic. A dark blue flag with a gold star crowned the top of it, and a large garden shaped like a half-moon encircled the grounds. Thick vines full of pale purple flowers grew around the spires of a wrought iron fence, silver spikes glittering in the morning light. Tall hedges and lush trees kept the gardens hidden from prying eyes. 𝐿𝐻𝐸𝐳𝐬, Eris said, and nudged a fluffy bunch of flowers growing around the bottom of the fence. Smoke curled up from where the plant had touched her. "The old girl's thorough. I'll give her that. I definitely will not be able to join you, but you should have no issues with the house or the wife." Phillip had known there were plants that kept fairies away. The gardens of Artwine overflowed with yarrow, clover, and betterny, but he had always thought them little more than an old tale, and something that only worked on evil. "So disappointing Zora stayed with her after she robbed your father," Johanna whispered to Phillip. "I heard her gardening was as good as her poetry." "You should know better than to trust a poet," he said. "I never do." She glared at him sidelong, and Eris sighed. "Children, focus." Eris touched her wand to Phillip's chest. The sharp burst of winter air that heralded her magic swirled around them. A brooch, shaped like a cat rearing on white-tipped paws, appeared on his tunic, and the yellow gems of its eyes began to glow. "Should anything happen, this will allow me to find you." "Thank you," he said, tapping its nose. He wanted to ask how it worked, but he knew there wasn't time. "This is it, then? This is it, said Eris. It should be a good old-fashioned robbery. 𝐏𝐽 frowned at Phillip. I'm not familiar with that sort of fashion. She had never so much as stayed out a minute past curfew as a page and wasn't happy at all to be stealing the sword. Phillip had never been so glad that wizard would be hard to find a rhyme for. Your sartorial choices are fine, said Phillip. And you are sure that there's no way we can ask Barnaby for the sword? The memories he had of her when she'd worked for his father were few and hazy, but he vaguely remembered her being aggressively serious during court and enchanting her tomes to flap back to her quarters like clunky birds the moment court was over. He didn't remember her being evil. She stole the sword from your father knowing that it was all he had to help against Maleficent, Eris said. Stick to the plan. Good point. Phillip, said Eris, taking him by each shoulder. She glanced at 𝐏𝐽, and the girl looked away. You can do this. I believe in you. Oh. Phillip swallowed. All right. He felt light and full all at once, as if his chest would burst and cave in on itself. A few moments later, a small shade unfurled from the forest floor and flattened itself against the uneven fence. Barnaby's here, came Frikie's voice from the shade. She could use her shadows to talk to people across long distances, though they couldn't reply to her. She teleported. Go, go, go. The shade slipped away, and Eris dropped her arms. Well, you heard her, said Eris. Go. I think we should slip around and climb up the tower, said 𝐏𝐽. If the cliff is the defense for that side, it might be our best bet for getting in undetected. Please do not climb up the cliffside. That's far too dangerous. You can fight magical guards. You cannot fight gravity and win, Eris said, and with a final piercing stare, she vanished like a fog in a breeze. Let's go for the garden first and decide once we know what we're up against, Phillip said, and touched the yarrow as Eris had. It was soft and fresh, and the vines twining through the hedges on the other side of the fence didn't move. An odd comfort, considering the snuffling of prowling animals they could hear from over the hedges. He laced his hands to boost 𝐏𝐽 over the fence. You first. The broken blackberries speckling the hedge left dark smears against their clothes. Phillip climbed over, whistling when he glimpsed just how tall the tower was. Lush gardens full of roses rustled in the sea breeze, and honeybees fluttered from chamomile to forget-me-nots. A creek flowed from a fountain in the south to the northern cliff, small spiraling rivulets branching off it into the garden. Guard animals, everything from weasels to lions, paced the garden paths. Are those? 𝐏𝐽 glanced at him. A large prowling dog made of thick, curling grapevines and 2 bunches of grapes that looked like floppy ears sniffed at the air. There was nothing to its nose save for a leaf that might have looked nose-like at a different angle. It yawned, bearing a mouthful of thorns. Yes, said Phillip. They are. Nearly every creature in the garden was made up of plants. A lion with daisies for fur sat by the creek, and a cat of rosemary batted at its tail. On the other side of the garden, a dog of dandelions barked at a completely normal squirrel. It chattered down at the dog from its perch in a plum tree. We should have planned better, 𝐏𝐽 grumbled. Phillip shook his head. Only 8 days until the curse, and I was always better at improvising, anyway. Well, at least we know they're as divertible as normal animals, 𝐏𝐽 said. She watched the nearest dog with narrowed eyes. Did you ever figure out how to summon fire? Even if he had, burning the plant animals felt wrong. They were so lifelike, and it wasn't their fault he needed to get past them. Not even a spark. We'll have to sneak around them and cross the creek. That will take us away from the lion, cat, and little dog. He nodded to the creature barking up a tree. The other ones may scent us, if they can smell, but that's the path of least threat. 𝐏𝐼𝐴 sighed. This feels so underhanded. Look. Phillip sat down next to her. I know this quest isn't as noble as in your books, but real life isn't like the stories. Barnaby stole the sword from my father and ran. We have to do this. I know that, 𝐏𝐼𝐴 snapped. And stop mocking my stories. True love is real. Magic is real. How can you not be hopeful knowing that? Easy for you to say, he mumbled. I wish I were in a cursed sleep right now, 𝐏𝐼𝐴 said, and elbowed him. How are we going to do this? Phillip glanced over the hedge they were hiding behind and followed the grapevine dog. It ignored the other vine creatures, pawing at the dirt as it passed. Phillip took a deep breath, and all he could smell was the heady aroma of flowers blooming far out of season in cool, damp earth. An idea sprouted in the back of his mind, and Phillip sat down, his back to the hedge. The familiar bite of his magic filled the air, making his breath visible. Vines and grass began to coalesce around his fist. 𝐏𝐼𝐴, he said slowly, would you like to be the front of a horse or the back? She opened her mouth and shook her head. You are not suggesting what I think you are. Oh, I am. I doubt they're smart enough to notice the difference between Barnaby's magic and mine, he said. I would bet they're looking for anything that isn't a plant or old Barnaby and her wife. He directed Johanna's attention to the squirrel at the far side of the garden, and she squeezed her eyes shut. Fine, she said, but I'm the front. Fair enough. Carefully, Phillip reached a hand out to direct the plants to take the shape he wanted. Let's make a very pretty horse. He couldn't create them out of nothing like Eris did with the leaves, but the garden provided plenty of plants for his use. 𝐏𝐼𝐴 stood and Phillip slumped behind her, one hand firmly gripping her tunic. The grass overtook them in a wave, covering them in the form of a horse, like a costume. They took a few hesitant steps. It took a few minutes, but eventually they moved like a horse. It was difficult to keep all the plants covering them. He reached up and touched the vines of the horse's neck. Bloom, he whispered, and the vines burst into a bright peony mane. He nudged 𝐏𝐼𝐴 from the back. You have to lead. I'm watching our legs to make sure they don't get too human. Why can't you make us each a horse? 𝐏𝐼𝐴 grumbled. I would rather not divide my magic between two constructs, said Phillip. Besides, if anyone should be complaining, it's me. 𝐏𝐼𝐴 took a loud, deep breath and started walking again. Their feet crunched down the mossy stone path with the odd cadence of a horse's 4-beat gait. The wind rippled across them, and Phillip gestured again to make the horse toss the vines of its tail. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Lion on the left, she muttered. It's looking at us. Phillip felt more than heard the rumble of its yawn and shuddered. Unless it moves toward us, keep going. They took a few more slow steps, passing over a small plot of flowers and an irrigation creek. The plants around them shook, and Phillip tightened his grip on them with a quick gesture. 𝐏𝐼𝐴 hesitated, and he touched her shoulder. We're passing a badger, she whispered. From his hunched position, Phillip could spot the animal's thorny claws pawing at the dirt and a snout of pale purple thrift flowers snuffling at the horse's hooves. The badger scurried to its burrow. Good, said Phillip. They made it to the creek, minnows flickering beneath the water, and the gait of the horse slowed. He swallowed. Steady. We're close to the front door, but it's got a lock on it, said 𝐏𝐼𝐴. There's 2 big windows flanking it with only shutters though. Pick one and head for it. Their path shifted left, and Johanna stiffened. "The dog." Johanna's muffled voice cracked. "The dog is coming toward us." Phillip flattened his hand against her back and pushed her on. "Only stop if it attacks. The others let us pass. Keep going." The legs of the horse Phillip had built moved jerkily, and he felt his fingers digging so deeply into his palm they broke the skin. The dandelion dog sniffed around them and padded across the stone. The flowers of its fur opened and closed in the corner of Philip's sight. The horse tossed its head back. Phillip hadn't told it to do that, but it made the dog scramble away with a woof of displeasure. He felt Johanna relax and patted her back. "See? Keep going." Eventually, the ground beneath their feet reddened and changed until they were walking on a path of stones instead of grass. The cool, calm breeze that always fluttered around Phillip when he was using magic faded. Sweat dripped down his neck, and the grapevine around his arm wilted. The rest of the plants began to die and dry out, dragging them both to a stop. Phillip tried to gather his magic again, but nothing happened. The plants he'd woven around them kept withering. He glanced down. The eyes of the cat brooch had gone dark. "Phillip?" Johanna asked, panic rising in her voice. "Johanna," he said. "Get ready." They were within running distance of the shuttered windows. The unmistakable roar of a lion rang in Philip's ears. Fear gripped him by the throat. "Go!" They sprinted out of the dead plants. The lion's paws pounded, causing the earth to tremble as they ran. Johanna reached the tower first and leapt for the window shutters. She ripped them open, slamming them into the stones, and shimmied up to climb through. Phillip chanced to look back. The lion was only strides away, and the others were a few steps behind it. Phillip strained for the window opening. Johanna was balanced there, grasping for his hands, and he grabbed her. She helped haul him up. The lion's claws tore through the bottoms of his trouser legs. Phillip fell through the window with Johanna. The lion, despite its size and power, didn't leap through the window after them. A hawk of heather clawed at the window as if glass covered the opening. Phillip pressed his cheek to the cool stone floor. "I don't know what happened," he said. "My magic stopped working." Johanna kicked his foot. "Terrible timing. We're in. What more do you want from me?" He pushed himself to his feet and shook his head. The entry hall to the tower was crammed with all sorts of interesting things: suits of rune-inscribed armor, tapestries of dragons and battlefields, books bound in everything from large oak leaves to what looked like the scales of a serpent. A little shelf near the front door held 3 pairs of shoes, and there was an empty place where a 4th would go. In the center of the hall, a circular staircase led up and down. Phillip nodded downward. "Let's start below." Phillip expected some sort of trap, but nothing stopped them as they made their way down the stairs. The stone walls were cold and dry. Phillip fiddled with the brooch at his collar, tapping the dark eyes, and Johanna touched his arm. "Barnaby must have set up a way to prevent the use of magic in her home," she said. "Eris couldn't come in here, so she couldn't know." "It's fine. I'm only worried about what we should do if we need her." Phillip let his hands fall. "Let's see what we've got." At the bottom of the stairs, wreathed by the flickering light of 3 candles, was a large stone door made up of small tiles. Each tile was painted with a letter from the alphabet. They were horribly jumbled and clearly able to move. At the top of the door was an inscription: "I transcend with my feet on the earth. My soul is deliable and indelible in equal measure, though my measure is not always equal. My body may crumble to dust, but I shall never be truly dead, for I shall always live on lips and fingertips, Johanna read, and looked at Philip. It's a riddle. You don't say. She slapped his arm. What's the answer? He asked. Riddles were not Philip's strong suit, but they were popular at court. It wasn't that he didn't like riddles, it was that he didn't like not knowing the answer from the start. Surprises were the worst. Johanna shrugged and said, I'm not sure. Hold on. They each read it again. It has to be something to do with measure, though I've no idea what, said Philip. This was exactly Briar Rose's sort of thing, and he wished he could ask her. But what's deliable and indelible? That's impossible. Live on lips, oh. Johanna let out a breathless little gasp and touched her heart. That's so sweet. What? Philip asked. Whatever Johanna had discovered was lost on him. Her body may crumble to dust, but she will live on as words. Her measure is not always equal. Her metrical feet will remain on the earth while she transcends, she said, smiling at him as if that were the answer. It's poet. The answer is poet. Philip groaned. Of course, old Barnaby's wife, Zora. That's fairly romantic. Philip reached out and pushed the letters needed into place, and the door creaked open with a rattling groan. Philip stepped back and grinned. Briar Rose would have loved that answer. Lights flared to life in the room once the door was all the way open, and Philip blinked. The vault was not a vault, and nothing was in the small room save for a tall statue holding a lofted double-edged longsword. The sword gleamed, untarnished and untouched by the thin layer of dust that covered everything else in the room, and the candlelight caught the blade in odd, twisting patterns. Power like lightning charged the air and left behind the taste of storms. Philip took a hesitant step toward the statue. Nothing happened. He continued forward and stared up at the statue's hands. They were clenched around the sword as if they had been carved around it, locking it in place. Johanna paced behind him. No puzzle. No spell. What do we do? She tapped her chin with a finger. Perhaps there's another riddle. There wasn't. There was no indication as to how to remove the sword, leaving Johanna speechless. Philip tried to pull it free from the statue's hands despite knowing it was hopeless, and Johanna knocked on the floor and walls for trick panels or doors. Philip even retreated to the riddle on the door and rearranged the letters into relevant words, sword, truth, please, open, unhand, to see if that worked. None of it did, and the sword stayed firmly grasped. It's the sword of truth, said Johanna. Why did we think this would be easy? That's not true. I thought this would be. Philip stared at the statue, his thoughts sputtering to a stop. Truth. Truth, it was one of the most important ideals, and they were making a mockery of it by trying to steal the sword. Philip stood before the statue and stared up at its inscrutable face. Hello, he said, and waved at it. This is awkward, I know, but could I please have the sword of truth? I need it to defeat Maleficent. It had been made to defeat fairies, though different ones from far longer ago, and it was the sword of truth. Surely it appreciated honesty. A terrible grinding noise rattled through the room. Dust puffed out around the statue as its fingers furled and arms lowered. Philip covered his nose and took a step back. The statue held out the sword to him in two open hands. I didn't know that would happen. Philip took the sword, nearly gasping at the perfect balance and weight of it. Thank you. Slowly, the statue shifted into a relaxed position, thick stone arms at its sides, and it looked as if it had never moved at all once the dust settled. Philip stared down at the sword. It had worked. He had worked it out. Philip, without his training as a knight or prince or even in magic, really, had gotten the sword of truth. Joy tinged with triumph felt light and fluttery. The whole of him felt as if he'd float away, even with the heavy sword in hand. "You're not very convenient, you know. No sheath." He gripped the sword tight in one hand and turned to the door. "Pretty, though, so I'll forgive you." There came a ringing so low and quiet he would have missed it had he not spent so much time recently around magic. It shook his teeth and echoed between his ears. The sword, it seemed, didn't appreciate being called inconvenient. "I can't believe that worked," Johanna said with a laugh. "I suppose thieves don't normally ask for permission. And we're exceptional thieves." Phillip elbowed her. "Come on, let's get out of here." They made their way up the stairs, but when they reached the top, Johanna froze. Phillip, a few steps behind, peered around her. An older woman stood before the door leading to the gardens, her arms crossed. She was a whole 2 heads shorter than Phillip, crowned by a cloud of glossy black curls shot through with white, and shaking her head like the two of them were wayward children. Her visage struck some chord in the back of Philip's mind, summoning up a memory of this woman dancing with another, whose face was obscured by a wide-brimmed, star-speckled blue hat. Barnaby's wife, Zora, stared down her nose at him. "You march down there right now and put that back," Zora said, "if you know what's good for you." It was a bold statement for a poet to make, doubly bold for someone to make when they were outnumbered by opponents if not by age. Zora looked stern enough, but there were black ink stains on her fingers and no weapons to back up her threat. Phillip was fairly certain her hairpin wasn't even a real pin but a delicate glass quill. "Never have known what good for me is," said Phillip, adjusting his grip on the sword of truth. Johanna hissed, "I am not fighting an elderly person." "Fight her? Of course we're not fighting her. We'd kill her." To Zora, he said, "It would be better for all of us if you let us go through that door." "Absolutely not," the old woman said. "I'll count to 3. Please don't do." 1. Johanna groaned. 2. "All right," Phillip said to Johanna. "Here's my plan, let's just run past her." 3. Zora slapped the wall of the tower, the brick under her fist sinking into the wall with a flicker of magic. A loud crack shook the tower, and one of the armor sets on display stepped off its pedestal. Metal ground against metal, and the sound shivered through Phillip's teeth. Johanna took an unsteady step back. He nudged her aside. Another set of armor leapt down from its display, and it ripped an old axe from the wall. Phillip could see no way around them. Of course the wizard who had written a magical riddle in honor of her beloved wife hadn't left her defenseless. "Up the stairs," he said, and shoved Johanna toward them. "Run." They took off sprinting. Phillip looked back only once, catching sight of the largest suit of armor carrying Zora into what he could only assume was a safe room. All around him, suits of armor stepped from their platforms in the alcoves of the stairs and shook the dust from their joints. They moved with hollow footsteps, magic filling their empty forms, and a few drew swords from sheaths. Phillip reached the next landing first, Johanna at his heels. A small suit of padded armor took a swing at Phillip. He ducked, stumbling into the wall. Johanna passed him and grabbed his shirt. She tugged him up the stairs. "I've always been terrified of poets," he muttered. "But I think I have an idea." Behind them, a set of scale armor climbed the stairs 2 at a time, and 4 sets of plate armor clanged after it. One carried an axe, and another had ripped a monstrous pike from the wall. Phillip lunged at the scale armor and rammed it with his shoulder. It teetered, top-heavy without a person inside of it. The scale armor fell, collapsing against the pike-toting armor behind it. They both slammed into the 3 other suits of armor. "See," he shouted. "Improvise." Johanna gulped down air as they sprinted. "I hate you." The stairs opened up around every bend, revealing living quarters and laboratories and libraries. Floor after floor they climbed, and on each floor, more objects joined the chase. A taxidermied fox nipped at Philip's heels, and a kettle in a knitted cozy of orange, white, and pink spat tepid barley tea at Johanna. Philip kicked the fox away, and at the next landing, an ermine-lined robe took its place. He swatted away the robe's sleeves. "How many floors are there?" Johanna asked. "Just keep going." He leapt over a bearskin rug and dove past the 10th landing. "Find any landing with nothing on it." Johanna groaned. Their predators were a cacophony behind them, increasing in number and gaining on them with each step. Philip gasped, chest tight, as they neared the top. The uppermost landing was a small circular room with a glass roof glittering with magic, 2 telescopes, and cushions on the floor. The door blocking it from the stairs was a flimsy wooden one, but Johanna shut it anyway. She jammed the long hairpin trying to stab her into the crack between the door and wall to keep it shut. The hairpin struggled but held. "You owe us a rescue, Eris," Philip said, tapping his fingers against the dark-eyed cat brooch. Johanna prodded one of the telescopes with her toe. "We'll have to climb down the side of the tower. They could attack us from above. We'll be vulnerable if we're clinging to the side of the wall," he said. The door behind them shook, wood splintering. Philip moved to the opposite side of the room. There was a small balcony overlooking the cliff, and far, far, far below them, the sea crashed against the rocks. Philip rubbed his eyes with his shirt. The cat brooch glowed in the corner of his sight. "What's wrong with you?" he asked it. Behind him in the tower, the door shook so hard he winced. He darted back inside, wanting to grab Johanna, and the brooch's eyes flickered out. He took one step onto the balcony. The brooch's eyes glowed. "Vines," he muttered, and held his hand out. A few stories below them, a vine unfurled from its spot growing up the tower and reached for him. More began to move around it. Good. A net works. The plan in his mind was half-formed and deadly, and the only comfort was that if it failed, he wouldn't have to live with knowing he'd gotten them both killed. "Johanna! Come here," he yelled. A gauntlet broke through the door, and Johanna scrambled away from it, backing up into him. A full suit of plate armor painted in the reds and whites of a long-gone noble house pulled the axe back and swung again, nearly cleaving the door in two. A dozen other enchanted objects dove for the gap, a handful wriggling. Johanna batted aside a small stuffed bunny with the flat of her sword. "I have an idea," said Philip, "but you have to trust me." The suit of armor tossed aside its axe and gripped the two sides of the shattered door, prying them apart. The fingers of the gauntlets flaxed, magic crackling between them like stitches. "I trust you. I trust you," she said. "What are we doing?" "We're jumping," he said. "Never mind." Johanna kicked a chair away from them. "They have to go down if they're beheaded, right?" "No, they don't." The tower shook as the suit of armor took each step, a half-dozen more suits behind it. All of them carried weapons as sharp as the day they had been forged. Philip glanced down at the brooch, still a flickering yellow. He dragged Johanna to the edge of the balcony and wrapped an arm around her waist. His other hand gripped the sword of truth. He hoped Briar Rose wasn't listening to this. Johanna nodded. "Do it." Philip threw them backward off the balcony. Johanna shrieked, fingers digging into his arm. He held tighter, the wind rushing up behind him, and imagined the plants of the garden growing out along the cliff and weaving through the air like a web. Power thickened around them, cold and sharp. Phillip twisted to look. The vines were covering the gap below, but through the holes he could see the waves of the sea eating away at the cliff and leaving behind jagged rocks poking up through the fog like teeth. He needed more vines, and he needed more time. They were falling too fast. He squeezed his eyes shut and held the sword as far from Johanna as he could. The chill of his magic stole his breath. And everything went dark. And that's a wrap for part 1 of Prince of Thorns and Nightmares. I don't know about you, but I'm already hooked. If you want to find out what happens next, make sure to like and subscribe so you don't miss part 2. And hey, if you're loving this story, don't forget to grab a copy to support the author. Every little bit helps them keep writing the books we love. Thanks so much for listening, and I'll see you in the next chapter.